Good morning, and welcome to this meeting of the Budget Committee for the city. We are today in the Muskogee County Education Boardroom. We're having, as you know, today is Election Day, and the Elections Department is setting up for counting ballots tonight in the council chambers. So we are new to this facility, and you may have to just bear with us as we figure out how to work the microphones and all of those kinds of things. I do want to remind you that today is the last day of the Budget Committee before we make the proposal to the mayor and council. It is also Election Day, so if you have not voted, you have until 7 o'clock tonight to vote in your precinct, and please go do that. And for some folks in Muskogee County, it's a real good day because it's the last day of school and kids will be out for the summer. So with that, we're going to move on with our committee meeting. We have several presentations that are going to be made to us today. And Ms. Alexander, will those folks, they will come to the podium, right? Okay. We'll have several presentations. And in that, as those presentations are made, we will continue to add items or delete items from the add delete list that we have. If you, as a counselor or committee member, add something to the add delete list, remember that something will have to be deleted. We cannot increase the total dollar amount of the budget, but we can rearrange it somewhat. We will begin today with the Clerk of Superior Court, but I do want to say to those folks that are here, Judge Walker Kennan is coming in to speak later this morning, and he has asked that we let him speak so he can get back to his judicial obligations. So when he comes, we may stop the agenda at that point to let him begin. We will go through all of the presentations, and we will take a break so that the finance department can prepare for us and give to us a full add delete list for us to work on. We'll take a little break to do that. Any counselor can move to add or delete any item, and Director Alexander will keep tabs on that and on how much we have committed and how much it would cost for us to do those kinds of things. We will end this meeting today with Director Alexander giving us the times and places for what we call the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is to allow time for the community and the taxpayers in the community to have their say about the budget and about the proposed budget and what needs to be done. We hope then to have a completed budget to give to council on May the 28th. And so with that, we're going to start our presentations this morning. And as I said, just bear with us. To me, this microphone system is backwards. Red means on and green means off. And to me, that's completely backwards. It ought to be the other way around. But at any rate, just hang in there with us. We're going to start this morning with the Clerk of Superior Court, Ms. Forte. would you come to the microphone and, now, do I need to turn that on or does somebody else? You got it? No, it's got to be red.
Green is off, right?
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hit it again.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Now
you
you're
hear
on.
me. Okay, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, really, right in your face. Okay. Okay, and everybody ready? I can
Yes,
start
go
now.
ahead.
Okay, all right. Hi, good morning. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Danielle Forte. I'm the clerk of State and Superior Court. And I would like to first start off my budget presentation by saying thank you. Included in the mayor's proposed budget was a reclassification of my deputy clerks that work in customer service and the deed room. For whatever reason, historically, I inherited these deputy clerks were placed at 2 levels below all the other clerks in my office. And they do the same work as all the clerks on the floor. And as some of you know, the entire second floor is my office. I am the clerk of state and Superior Court. Likewise, we raised the duties of these clerks as floaters as far as going into the courtroom and doing various things. So I did want to thank you for that. The 4 superior deputy clerks, it has been proposed, they are to move from a G113 to a G115. So I first of all, again, I can't stress enough, thank you. However, I do have to emphasize that since I became the clerk and since 2019, as most of you may know, I ran in a special election in 2018, and my first real budget presentation was in 2019. I have been asking for personnel, and this year is no different. The request is for 8 deputy clerks, 2 at a supervisory level as a G17 and 6 as a G15. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, and this is what the thank you for the 4 superior deputy clerks. All right. Before I get, and the reasons are up there for the additional personnel, I did want to provide a few details. One of the things that desperately needs to be corrected, my criminal division, who I may be partial to, but that's a very important division, they have incorporated, and I've inherited, where the docket clerks are a part of the criminal courtroom clerks. And the docket clerks need to be their own division. And why I'm saying that, there are 2 docket clerks who handle the scheduling for 7 judges. Correction, I would have to say 12 judges, and I did that on purpose because we have 7 main judges, and we have an additional 4 to 5 senior, visiting, and accountability judges for around 12 judges. We have 2 people juggling the docket for those many people. So I would like to start off by asking for, that's one of the G17s, which would be a supervising docket clerk to oversee, so that we can at least have 3 people, even though we need more. The G15s, I've asked for 5. Again, as you can see up there, and I'll end it by wrapping up. But one of the things that I struggle with are the courtroom clerks. The Georgia Clerks Authority provides that there should be at least 2 minimum per courtroom proceeding. And I still just have 1. Now, we've made some extremely impressive advances in the office. I've gotten emails, and I'm just going to call out the names, maybe I shouldn't, but from Judge McBride and Judge Gottfried, that we are completing courtroom processes in real time. Before, the deputy clerks would have a big stack of, for lack of a better word, homework that they would carry back to the office, trying to remember what the order should look like and what's going on and how the cases should be finalized. We've got a printer in the courtroom, and we are doing that in real time. However, and I would challenge you, and I really may send all of you an invitation to come to the courtroom and just observe. The deputy clerks, and full disclosure, I came from the DA's office as an ADA. I didn't know how they were able to juggle everything. You got the public coming at them, you got attorneys coming at them, you got probation coming at them, you also have law enforcement coming at them, and then their main job is to listen to and be an assistant, a courtroom assistant to the judges. Usually, how that should be set up, there should be one clerk totally dedicated to the judge and another one dedicated to everyone else. And so we had some issues before we started fine-tuning our processes that resulted in mix-ups as far as orders, and we all know how dangerous that could be. So I am asking for the backup for the courtroom clerks so that we can have, at a minimum, 2 persons per courtroom. I've also asked, moving on, G17 as a superior administrative assistant. Most of the departments with Columbus Consolidated Government, they do have an administrative assistant, and this is to help out my admin team as far as processing the administrative HR documents, maintaining personnel files, preparing FOIA requests, the Freedom of Information requests that we do, and also responding to public requests at our Ask Danielle website. They also can maintain the website and oversee virtual viewing of our courtroom proceedings.
Ms. Forte, if you will, just a moment. Let's see if we can get, there we go. No?
Is it on?
That is.
Oh, okay. Before you move on to the next request, can you be specific, you know, a quick little request and the amount that would cost?
Oh, where is, I would have to get Angelica's assistance with that. I don't have that figure, and I don't know where she is.
She'll be back.
Okay. I think, okay, she does the red part, right?
Good morning. As of now, we have the 6 deputy clerk 2s at G115. That's going to total $282,588.81.
Can you repeat that?
Total will be $282,588.81 for the 2 senior deputy clerks at G117. $100,780.
And are those new positions or reclassification?
They would be new positions,
Okay.
additional personnel.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Also, we did request, and we've been repeatedly requesting, a superior civil clerk in our civil division. Again, we have the 7 judges, 12 judges again, but the 7 main judges, give or take 4 to 5 senior or visiting judges. And so we're being extremely conservative, but they also have jury trials and demands that we must meet. We have a statutory requirement to be in the courtroom during most proceedings that occur. So as a wrap-up, the crucial reasons for the additional personnel is that we got it on very good authority, and in fact, from watching this council and your meetings, there are several of you that are also aware that more judges are coming, and we're already lopsided. There are 7 superior judges, like I said, 2 state court judges, and we have it on very good authority that we will be more than likely getting another state court judge. Also, we are in need of at least 1 more superior court judge. So that will put us in an extreme bind. And if those judges get appointed or they come aboard, we're going to be forced to ask for personnel immediately because we're already in the hole. Also, it's my understanding that our ARPA grant ends this year, or should be ending within the next year. Now, the reason why it's been tried and true as far as the personnel is that we have been using the ARPA personnel to cover the courtroom. So that's the other fear that I have, because once this ends, those individuals go away. The ARPA personnel, they were crucial for us completing courtroom tasks in real time, because they were in the courtroom to provide that support. And my fear is once they leave, then I'm left with 1 deputy clerk in the courtroom, and that would be disastrous. One of the things that's also, we've been very successful with our ARPA personnel. Whenever we've had any turnover, we were able to hire those people as full-time. So it was a great opportunity for us to train several individuals that transitioned from ARPA to full-time personnel. But we still have ARPA personnel that we are training, and that would just be great for them just to transition and become full-time, if they so choose. Also, again, I've stressed that the clerk's authorities guidelines provide that there should be at a minimum 2 deputy clerks. And the last reason would be, unfortunately, we have had a significant amount of increased crime in Columbus. Well, that increased crime leads to more cases that need to be processed in our office. And we have seen the influx in that regard as well. So again, thank you for granting us the adjustment. However, I would be remiss if I did not articulate our full request in our budget proposal. And with that, I'll end. Anybody have any questions?
So just to make things clear, you're asking for 6 deputy clerks at a cost of $282,588.81. 2 new senior deputy clerks at $100,780, and then a superior civil clerk. And what would that cost be?
Actually, the Superior Civil Clerk is included in the 6. So that would be.
It's included in the 6
Yeah,
deputy
the
clerks?
6 for,
Okay.
at the 115.
So those are the only 2 requests that you're asking for?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll add those to the list.
Okay. No, it's got to be red. Hit it again. There you go.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
last year and the year before, didn't we fund some positions for the Clerk of Superior Court's office?
Yes, I had presented that every county, the size of Muskogee County, had an appellate division. And so I am now operating with an appellate division to address and process appeals. So
How many
you guys
people-
did grant
How many
that.
positions were those?
Was it 3? I think it was 3 positions, 1 supervisor and 2 deputy clerks.
And I'm sure you've sat down with the city manager and everybody and gone over your needs during the budget process?
Yes, yes.
Have we done a needs, Mr. City Manager, have we done a needs assessment yet for the new judicial building coming on? When will that happen, or are we planning on doing that, or when will that take place?
So when you say a needs assessment, are you talking specifically for her office or?
In general, it's gonna be a new building.
Well, we have related to IT, and you'll hear from them today. We have related to Public Works. And so, yes, to your question, we're not done, but we've done work and we've put positions in the budget anticipating, and we've tried to time them. For example, with IT, we said, well, you don't need them June this year, but you perhaps we need them on board by January 2025 because we want them to be ahead of the technology and not behind so that they can be there and kind of watchdog what's going on and be in tune once the technology gets in place, because we're going to have all this new technology in the courtrooms, technology that we've not seen before, technology you normally would see in a courtroom on television. And so it's going to be state of the art. So with IT, Public Works, areas like that, yes.
And that will, you'll continue to do that on into the opening of the building, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Alexander, or Mr. City Manager, whomever, don't I recall that in the last several years, we have funded some positions in the courtroom from the OLOS because of the increase in the cases that they have had to do? You're on.
Yes, we'll get used to it in a minute, but yes, down the line, in Superior Court Clerk's office, from the judges to municipal court clerk, every single area that I can think of, we granted new positions based on the increase in volume, COVID, all of those things. So yes.
And part of that was paid out of the OLOS,
Yes.
is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Counselor Davis?
Forgive me, I was looking through my notes. I have one more question, though. It's my understanding that crime so far is down close to 25%.
It's down, yes, not up.
Across the board. And
Yes.
that would have an
That is,
impact.
Mr. Public Safety, that's correct, yeah.
And we would be expecting an impact, not an impact of an increase, but potentially a decrease in the courts with crime being down.
In the courts, well, I'll yield to the mayor, but I wouldn't.
And I know there's
we
still
don't
backlog
typically-
in cases trying to
yeah,
get through the courts, but.
We don't take away from, but just because crime can fluctuate. The number of murders last year versus this year, I mean, you don't know, so we don't ever take away from an office because crime is down or.
No, I'm just talking about in your deliberations, when you start assessing needs.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
To Councilor Davis's point, it'd be helpful to see a count of arrest, because we got the crime report showing year over year, it is down from last year, but I think something that shows the arrest, because the number of crime versus arrest could be different, and I think that would be helpful. I think also just understanding the backlog. I think we've heard in the past that there is a backlog, and so just, keeping up with the current count really isn't sufficient. We should be working on that backlog, and so I agree with the request, but I think it'd be easier for us to explain to people when we can show the backlog and the number of arrests.
Councilor Codle.
I think maybe we're talking more about the about the backlog rather than the amount of crime that's going on. I'm not sure if Judge Martin is here,
No.
or I thought maybe we were going to talk about that later on today. But it'd be interesting just to see. I know when we had talked to the late DA, there was and when we were going through budget last year, the amount of increase of cases that had been put through was drastically different than the previous DA. So,
And if I may interject, that is the reason for the increase in judges, is the increase of the cases. So we need judges to come in and handle the increase. And once you increase judges, you need to increase the clerk to support those judges.
Well, and if I may, but Madam Chair, when they've come through the budget process, typically whether it's municipal court or other areas, they typically will tell us, that we had 7,000 cases come through this year versus 6,000 last year, and our clerks and we've granted new positions based on the numbers that were presented. So when they have come forward, they have presented the real numbers, and that's why with Clerk Forte in the last year, when you came forward, you shared numbers. And we granted new positions last year and the year before based on the increased numbers. So it was based on evidence that cases were, and that's why we did it, granted those new positions or recommended to you, and then you approved. And so it has not gone unnoticed that we've granted new positions based on increased volume.
And I do want to tell Ms. Forte, if someone moves to put this on the add delete list, we will not take action on it until all of the add delete list is put together, and that will be for this session later today.
Okay.
But we will handle all of them at one time as we have all of them together. Other comments for, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have the positions requested by the clerk been sent to and reviewed or approved by for upgrade, reclassification, or for new positions? I can't remember, is it Evergreen, is that the name of the company?
Evergreen.
Yeah, have they studied the reclass?
The reclasses that we are recommending in this budget, for her, I think there's 3 or 4? 4. And the reason those reclasses were recommended to the mayor and then to you is that they've got, when they sat with me at least, they've got these deputy clerk 1s and 2s, and because of, they're all doing the same work. And so I think what you explained is, you know, Deputy Clerk 1 is sitting in the courtroom doing the same work as a Deputy Clerk 2.
Yes.
And it's not fair that they're doing the exact same. And so Evergreen had already done the Deputy Clerk 2. And so when she came forward and presented evidence that they're doing the same work, but just have different titles, and one has less pay but doing the same work, then we recommended that the reclasses for those positions, that they will all be treated equal, the same pay for same work.
Okay, so and Evergreen had approved that previously?
Yes.
Okay, so, how many clerks, does the judge have a clerk in there with him? I am a layperson, so I don't know anything,
Right, and
so help me understand.
I have training, and it can be confusing. In our county, because of the understaffing historically of the clerk's office, the judge's judicial assistants are also deputized clerks by me through my office, so that they can perform clerk's duties. Now, I was being conservative because, again, I was moving on the criminal and our desperate need to get the staffing for criminal. Those clerks that are judicial assistants handle the judge's civil and domestic cases, because there's just no way. I'm already understaffed criminally. The judges and I have worked out, and previous clerks, that, hey, we will deputize your judicial assistants to cover your domestic and civil dockets, because we just don't have the manpower to do that. But we are supposed to do that. That is why I deputize the judicial assistants. So we are just we are egregiously lopsided. So the judicial assistants are deputized clerks with limited duties, limited deputy clerk duties that they perform for the judge.
Okay, so there's a judge, and then they have a clerk. Talking to them. I'm sorry, the judge has a clerk.
Yes.
And then what you're asking for, if I understood it right, is for 2 more clerks to be in the courtroom?
Yes, because those judicial assistants, they may or may not be in the courtroom. Some judges come out and their judicial assistants are covering the office. And again, our agreement is for those judicial assistants to do the civil and domestic. So when we're in court, we're doing criminal. So the judicial assistants can be there or not be there. But, you know, to be frank, the judges are the courts, and each judge handles his court and courtroom proceedings the way he sees fit. And I guess to my dismay, there are a few that don't require their judicial assistants to be in the courtroom if they're doing criminal, and again, that's that judge's court. As far as I know, the judicial assistant may be back handling domestic, doing his docket, and doing other matters.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Councilor
Thank
Tucker.
you. I wanted to make note, one, the sheriff has arrests that he makes, so we need to take that in consideration. But also Governor Kemp has put the $5 million in his budget for that gang task force unit just for Columbus. So I can see why we would want to be proactive instead of reactive, because arrests can possibly actually go up with that gang task force unit coming specifically to Columbus. So it's threefold: CPD, the sheriff, and this gang task force unit.
Councilor Craft.
Thank you. I have a question about the reclassification throughout this whole budget, because we just had a pay plan implemented, and employees were able to come and do an appeal process, and those were all taken care of. We're allowing a 2% raise in this budget for all of them. And so I'm not quite understanding why we're reclassifying and correcting it so quickly. I thought that we had already dealt with that.
Well, the pay plan, Evergreen did deal with every employee had to do a job assessment tool, called it JAT, I believe. And Evergreen placed them where they should be, and employees did have the right to appeal.
Well, then why didn't these that are being reclassified, since they're doing the same job, why weren't they classified altogether?
Well,
About the
and
4 deputy clerks that are being reclassified.
well, and I think
I increased, we were redoing and restructuring the office. So before, those clerks were customer service only. Now they're in the court. We have increased their duties in order to help us with our the overwhelming amount of criminal cases that we have to cover. So we have them as the floaters. Before, they were not doing that. Also, and my apologies, but during the assessments, I was dealing with some significant health issues at that time. And so I don't know if something may have fallen through the cracks, but I can say definitively that we started giving those 4 clerks a significant amount of additional duties.
well, and I will say, when there is a request to reclassify, she just explained exactly why an elected official or department head will come forward with a request to reclassify. Though Evergreen completed the salary wage compensation study, and we believe it was accurate because it worked from the bottom up, where the employee completed the job assessment tool. They told what percentage of time they spend in each category of work, but then we have a work duties, work responsibilities can change quickly. And so it would be that duties, responsibility changed, and they're asking for reclassification. And it could be when Evergreen did the pay study that the position or positions were vacant. And so even when the job assessment tool was completed, it did not capture all of everything and the percentage of work in each of the areas of work in the job assessment tool. And so now that the position is filled and they see that that position is not properly graded, and so the department head or the employee may have pushed it forward, asking for a reclass. But each department head would have to explain, or can explain, why they made a request for reclassification. And of course, when they came to us, if it's in the budget recommended to you, we felt like they justified to us that the position had changed enough that it needed to be reclassified.
And if I may add, that one of the reasons why we had to fine tune, there are certain processes that we were doing in the courtroom that were courtesies for other departments. We had to stop doing that. The media was getting involved. We need to make sure that people that are incarcerated, that we cross T's and dot I's. The people that need to be incarcerated, that based on the legal processes are where they need to be it incarcerated or set free. And there were some things, I'm trying not to say too much, but there were extremely significant reasons why we had to restructure what was being done in that courtroom and getting the processes done in real time. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Davis.
Yes, help me a minute. I know, looking around the department, there are management decisions, and then there are operational decisions. And what you're talking about, you made some adjustments, you said, last year, and now you're asking for a reclassification there, but you're also asking for personnel to cover those positions in
Right.
those courts.
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't need those individuals doing extra duties, would you, if they go back to their original duties, if you got new personnel?
The ARPA positions, as far as I know, because it hasn't been, those are my courtroom backup. The reclassification employees are in the office, sometimes in the courtroom, particularly the accountability courts. What I need to emphasize is that my office is statutorily mandated to be open and we're open from 8:30 to 5. Before, people would come to the counter and would need some assistance as far as with the duties of the deputy clerks, and there's no one on the floor, not a single individual.
Well, don't
These are where the floaters come in.
Right, don't take this wrong, I'm saying this in general, okay? The ARPA money's gone.
Right.
All right, and that was COVID money, okay? So we cannot rely on that. We talked about the detriment or the dangers if we started funding positions out of ARPA money and then wouldn't be able to carry them over and continue those positions. Now, you know, that concerns me because it's just not the appropriate way to make adjustments in the department thinking they're gonna continue, because we don't have those funds anymore, they're gone. So we're having to go in and find them from another pot of money. So I say that in general, that concerns me, that, you know, that we would make that as a basis of why we would continue to fund various positions, because you can't do that. And I think we had those conversations early on about the ARP money and how we were going to use it, and particularly on personnel. I think I'm pretty accurate on that. So anyway, but okay, you explained your situation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone who wants to put something on the add delete list? No? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, your mic is on. I don't want you to be telling secrets down there. Next on our agenda is the police department, and I believe that Deputy Chief Lance Deaton is going to make this presentation. Chief Deaton, as you're coming forward, I just want to say, I want to thank your department for this last couple of weeks. It seems like every weekend your folks are doing something to help out in the community or to bring some relief or whatever to folks in our community, and we certainly do appreciate it. Let's see if I can turn him on.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean it that way.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, since I have the mic. I did want to say that Councilor Crabb did add the items for Clerk Forte. Unless, okay, you do have it on the list. I
Okay.
just want to make that clarification.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Chief Deaton.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for those kind words. And they have been extremely busy in the last little while. Our investigators have been working tirelessly along with our community policing unit and patrol as well. So thank you for those kind words. Let me start off by saying that I'm here today for Chief Mathis. I would ask all of you to just kind of keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers. His daughter just had triplets. It's her first pregnancy, and they just, actually, he sent a picture about 10 minutes before I walked in the door. So, so far so good, but a pretty significant thing going on for him, and that's why he's not here today, so.
Well, if they had triplets, we may need to keep them in our thoughts and prayers for quite a while.
No doubt. I would say just add him to the prayer list and keep him there for a while. I agree with that 100%. So,
Thank you, Chief.
yes, ma'am, thank you. To just get started, we're here only for one reason, and that is the proposed budget for the Special Operations Unit. That proposed budget was $160,050 for the operational budget for that specific unit. The Special Operations Unit is our vice and narcotics, tactical operation, and gang unit. They had a budget, a standalone budget, funded by the city up until 1997, at which time the unit became self-funded through asset forfeiture funds. Starting in 1995, the dollar amount allocated began to decrease until 1997, which time it was completely taken away. For the last several years, we have seen a shift and change in the asset forfeiture laws and policies. This initiated us to start asking for a small operational budget for that particular unit as we began to see that we weren't going to be able to rely on those asset forfeiture funds to operate the unit. Though so far, that has not been successful. It's been taken out of the budget every single year for the last 4 years, and to include this year. Currently, the only thing funded through the city budget for special operations is salary and overtime funds. All of their operational expenses are funded completely through asset forfeiture. So I started doing some research on this particular issue, and I talked to a significant amount of people, people who have a ton of experience operating and running narcotics units and units like the one we run, to get kind of a feel for what is the proper way to fund a unit like this and what the legal standards are for that. And here's a few things that I found during doing some research, and I passed out or had them pass out a handout, and these are just short pieces of articles and some statutes that I found appropriate for this. I do have a copy that I can leave with the clerk of the complete articles if somebody wants to see the whole thing. The first one, the federal one, is 35 pages long. I didn't think y'all wanted to sift through 35 pages of data today. So, but I have it, and I can leave it with the clerk in the event that you guys want to look at those completely at a later time. One of the things that jumps out in this particular issue is this. Asset forfeiture funds are not solely dependent upon the cases we make and the work that is done by this unit or the police department. There are a lot of other parties involved. The district attorney's office is involved. The clerk's office is involved. And certainly judges are involved, as these things often find their way in trials and can be decided in a courtroom. What we also found during the Mark Jones era at the district attorney's office is that there are sometimes people that don't have the same belief or understanding of what those asset forfeiture laws are actually for. And Mark Jones, for example, was very vocal against asset forfeiture. And during his tenure, our asset forfeiture numbers went down dramatically. So I say that to say this. When you are saying you have to completely fund the operation of a unit, but you don't have control over that those funds are, at least in part, reliant upon other entities that you don't have any control over, those variables, in my opinion, should be considered. And we have seen those go up and down over the course of years, depending on things like manpower. How much, whether there's a shortage in the DA's office, a shortage in the clerk's office, whether, the docket for judges to get on a docket to get this into a courtroom is delayed. Those are all variables that this particular unit in the police department has no control over. But yet, in order for them to operate every day and to pay their monthly bills, they're completely reliant upon that at this point. And I don't think we can sustain that. I know we can't sustain that. So that's the first issue. I reached out to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia and spoke with them to say, hey, what's y'all's opinion, or do you even have an opinion on this particular issue of how a narcotics unit or a unit similar to this should be funded? And the director of asset forfeiture for PAC said that they don't have a group or an organizational opinion on this matter. However, he had a personal opinion on the matter, and by the way, he is actually the guy who wrote the asset forfeiture laws for the state of Georgia. And he says it is absolutely a bad idea. He says this, he cites, anytime a unit's existence is based upon the money they seize, there is room for error, corruption, and all-around bad practices. Now, that resonated with me because we've seen this happen across the country. We've seen it happen in this state. We saw it happen in Atlanta. We've seen it happen in multiple places where units that are completely reliant upon asset forfeiture and seized money start doing things that maybe taking shortcuts, doing things that they shouldn't do just so they can pay their bills, just so they can stay in existence. And that's a bad look. That's a bad look for law enforcement. It's a bad look for this city. And that is why that is not best practice. Although we're set up to meet state law, it is not the best law enforcement practice to create added liability upon the city. Now, based on the way we operate right now, the money, we're very clear on what we can spend asset forfeiture money on and what we can't, and we follow those rules and those guidelines and the legal aspects of that to a T. It's audited all the time, and we make sure we're in compliance, and we have a good understanding of that. But again, that's not something we're going to be able to sustain because we are finding out across the country that people are looking, judges and citizens are looking differently at asset forfeiture funds today. It's getting harder and harder to get these asset forfeitures awarded, and there's a ton of reasons why. But I think we need to start looking at that, and we need to take that into consideration. We also, and if you look at the handouts I showed you, it's illegal and inappropriate to supplant funds according to the state and federal regulations. According to the Department of Justice, supplantation is illegal through equitable sharing, and there's a handout in there that discusses that. According to House Bill 233, it quotes, as with current law, county commissioners cannot use forfeiture money to support law enforcement budgets. According to Georgia Code 161349, such property shall not be used to supplant any other local, state, or federal funds appropriated for staff or operations. Although there have been no budget for the Special Operations Unit since 1997, it's clear that supplantation took place in order to get it there. From 1995 to 1996, there was a 6% reduction in the unit's budget. From 1996 to 1997, there was a 65% reduction in the unit's budget. And then in 1997, the budget was completely removed. And it's been operating with no budget since. According to state and local training that our people go to and that we require, the National Narcotics Association and the Georgia National Officers Association, Georgia Narcotics Officers Association, best practice, the operation of standalone narcotics units would be for them to have a standard operating budget and use the asset forfeiture funds as designated and according to state law. The training reiterates that when these types of units rely on forfeiture funds to operate it, opens the doors for misconduct, errors, and high liability. Now, a unit like this is already the most high liability unit that we have in law enforcement. These type, and it doesn't matter, that's not just here, that's everywhere. These type units do the most high liability work there is. In my mind, it makes absolutely no sense to increase our liability by putting ourselves in a situation that they're relying on seized property and funds in order to operate when we're talking about $160,000. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. During this process, I also spoke with several narcotics unit commanders all over the state, and every single one of them gave the same answer. This would include the GBI SAC, who said this: "It is my opinion, based on running a drug task force for well over a decade and funding operations based on asset forfeiture is a bad idea." And he goes on to say that it would take a while to go over the reasons why this is a bad idea and all of the justifications for not doing it. It is the teaching. It is what they teach in all of our training classes. And all the information I got, there was not one single narcotics unit commander that I spoke with, to include the Albany Police Department's narcotics investigator or the second in command there. They have a standalone budget and they use asset forfeiture funds as regulated by state law to do things to like buy vehicles, undercover type vehicles, and to buy equipment and those kind of things. So the GNOA president, the Georgia Narcotics Officers Association president, said this: "I would add that the same logic that utilizing the budget mechanism that we use here in Columbus is not sustainable and leaves a poor image in the court of public opinion." And again, I think that is reiterated over and over and over again with everybody I spoke with. I have included a conclusion portion of an article written by the FBI in 2016, and it says this: "Agencies must remember that forfeiture funds are not free money and should never replace appropriate and budgeted agency finances. These funds merely allow law enforcement personnel to remove the profitability of crime. The enforcement of criminal statutes and public safety should remain the primary goal of asset forfeiture." And I think that's what we have to remember when we go through this process. Asset forfeiture was never designed when it was implemented, and it still is not designed to operate units or law enforcement agencies. That's not what it's for. That's not what it's designed for, and we shouldn't be doing it, but we are, and we've been doing it for a long, long time. I'll close with this. The Special Operations Unit has played a major part in reduction of crime in this city. With a reduction in Part 1 crimes, we need this unit to operate, and we need the unit to grow. In the past year, we have seen this growth from 7 officers to 18 officers in the last year. We currently have 1 K-9. We'll be adding 2 additional K-9s within a short period of time. If we continue to rebuild this unit and want it to be successful, we must appropriately fund it. There will be an increase in needed training, equipment, the vehicles, et cetera, as we rebuild this unit. This is a unit that deals with complaints that people make about the selling of narcotics, street racers, illegal sale of alcohol, et cetera. This council and the citizens rely heavily on this unit to protect them and to utilize proactive techniques to keep our city safe. when we get complaints in from citizens, from your constituents, when your constituents call us and say, hey, in my neighborhood, we've got this house, I believe they're selling drugs out of it, or, hey, we got these street racers in my neighborhood and they're laying drag all over my neighborhood and it's not safe for my kids. When those complaints get to me, this is the unit that gets those complaints. This is the unit who goes out there and handles those for our citizens. I think it's important that we make this change. I think it's long overdue in order to operate this unit the right way, to reduce the liability that the city incurs by doing it the way we're currently doing it. And again, I can't reiterate enough that this unit and the growth of this unit is so important to the reduction of crime in this particular city, because they are the unit that are out here doing proactive work. They're the ones out here, you know, trying to stop it before it happens. Not reactive. When we're answering 911 calls and going out, these are the guys and girls that are out there every day doing the most dangerous work and trying to stop crime before it happens. So I can't reiterate more than that of how important I believe this is, and the chief absolutely supports this and would agree with this as well. Please consider funding this unit with a small budget that we've asked for, and I will conclude with that. Are there any questions for me?
Tell us again the amount that you're asking for, Chief Deaton.
$160,050.
Is this Olaf's money? Could it be? I mean, public safety is one of the big things. Mayor, what do you think? You think could be? Well, there you go.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's absolutely an appropriate use for it, but I would make note that I know that I had met with the chief about this item, and we brought that back, and I think that it was included in an increase in the operating budget for the police department, just wasn't singled out. So I think the original intent was to put that in that bump in the operating budget, but it may have been that other needs have absorbed that. So, listen, I have no problem with funding this unit. I think they do a great job.
Then we'll put it on the add delete list. Councilor Kogel has done that. Chief Deaton, can you give us the name of the department again, or the
unit, Special Operations.
Special Operations?
The Special Operations Unit, yes, ma'am.
Councilor Davis.
We're currently, the asset forfeitures, do they go into the general fund or do they go into fund balance?
Fund balance.
Fund balance? Is it already budgeted?
The asset forfeiture has its own fund, so it's
It
not
does?
commingled with the general funds.
So it just stays in there? I mean,
Well,
and
they
accumulates?
as the chief mentioned, they do utilize the funding to make various purchases to help support the special operations, but it is its own designated fund. And
Who
so,
makes that decision
in terms of the purchases,
to utilize the funds?
the police department.
They can?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I agree. This is, I just saw an article where it said that what's scary is that the cartels are setting up operations in every state in the country. And we know about the fentanyl problem. We know about a lot of problems that we're incurring. I just don't see any other, you don't have many options, any other choice, but you're going to have to direct it head on, attack it head on. So I tend to agree with you. Whether today or tomorrow, it's an issue, and it's becoming a increasing issue and a crisis in our community, and we're going to have to address it. It's very scary what we're seeing taking place in our communities.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I completely agree with you on that.
Councilor Kogel.
Ms. Alexander, for the forfeiture funds go into that specific fund, does the police department then have to request from council to use those at a certain dollar amount, or can they use that at their leisure? So many buttons.
There you go. They're able to use it at their discretion.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And as a point of clarification, since the personnel for the Special Operations Unit and the unit itself is housed within the general fund, from a accounting or tracking standpoint, it would be my recommendation that these monies be added to their general fund budget along with the personnel, from a tracking standpoint, so that it's not commingled with the other operating funds that the police department has in OLOS.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Chief, and we will put that on the ad list.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
And as I, excuse me, as I said, we will deal with this at the end of the day today.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, next on our list is the information technology. Good morning and welcome aboard.
Madam Budget Chair, Council, I was asked to come do a presentation today on my personnel request, and I wanted to start with the fact that all of my personnel requests are in the mayor's recommended budget, but I think maybe the questions were some of the things like Councilor Davis asked, and about like how we're planning to handle maybe the new buildings or new things that are coming up. Let's see, I may need some help here, Jeremy. Or it just has to be on. And when I worked here, the green was a request and the red means hot mic. So that was the reason, I think, for the red. But you could see that technology, information technology, we have 27 staff. We are the technology department for the whole county, for the whole city, for the entire consolidated government. And I kind of included the fact that we're helping interaction with everyone from the taxpayers to our stakeholders. And I'm probably left off a bunch of departments that we work with, but I just wanted you to see that we really don't do a lot for ourselves, as the fact that we don't purchase IT for IT. All of our IT really is to help make things happen. Like you see this meeting happening because of our IT and the school district's IT. So kind of wanted to set up the frame that we're a service to all the citizens and to all the departments and to all the elected officials and any other agency or group that comes under the consolidated government. The positions that I requested, and the first one is administrative assistant full-time, and I'll talk about it in just a second, but you could read those. There are 5 new positions. They're in the mayor's recommended budget. Now, the administrative assistant, and I hate the fact that that slide broke the E, but we had a full-time person at one time. It is a full-time position that's part-time. It really goes back to the mainframe. When we were in the tower, we had a full-time mainframe operators, and most of the time towards the end of the mainframe, it only ran a few programs. So most of the time I had a mainframe operator free to answer the door, help people. Also, when the mainframe was on its last journey, my person that did payroll for the county retired, and they actually did payroll and transmitted payroll for the whole county, for the whole city, Columbus Consolidated Government. They came back part-time into their previous full-time position. So that's how I kind of got part-time. And it's a reclass, but it's a reclass in the sense that we're at City Hall, we have a reception area, we no longer have mainframe operators sitting around, and because the mainframe you had to babysit. Now we don't have mainframe operators. Our field technicians are exactly what they are, they're in the field. So with our reception area built and all the customers we have come in, and the internal customers, people needing cell phones, people needing any kind of help that come through, that's why we are requesting this to be a full-time, back to full-time. Because once we moved from the tower, we moved away from having the extra assistance from our mainframe operators that we no longer have. It really needs to be a full-time. The next is a field technician. So Councilor Davis asked, are we being proactive about the new building? Now, one thing I want to be clear, though, on the next 4 positions, the person hired at this field technician position may not be the one that manages the new judicial center, because I may have a person better that would handle that and they would backfill to the other duties. But with the new buildings coming on, because we have the new courthouse, we also have sheriff's office and a bunch of other new things coming in, we know that we need this position, and it's been recommended at every meeting I've been to, from the architectural meetings to every meeting, that we get this person on board during the whole construction. Now, at the point that the Judicial Center comes in, it'll be the most technologically advanced building that we have. It will have many, many courtrooms, but it will also have all of the other supporting agencies, DA, public defender, clerk, everybody will be there. They will be, they'll need help, and we will need to be able to provide that help. So this position is to make sure the building's built correctly, monitor all that, aid in the assistance when the building first comes online. But I can't promise that once the building's online that the need there, because again, there's not a single aspect of that building that won't be new technology. It could even require another position at some further time, but we want to actually do the prudent thing, and we want to wait and see. We know we need a new position, because my position that used to do the tower really does the new courthouse. So kind of gearing up for those new things like Councilor Davis said. My next position is junior network engineer. The big reason you need this is really bullet 3. And let me see if I can get to the right bullet. So my current network engineers, they're highly skilled. They're paid, I wouldn't say they're highly paid, but they're paid more than my average employee. They deal with everything from the service, telephony, complex switching, cloud environment. And it's not a cost-effective means to send them out to do what a junior network engineer could do at a much lower cost. Because when you pull an experienced, well-trained, highly skilled person to go do a less skilled position, it's really not time or cost-effective, and we lose a lot of things back in the office, because part of the network structure, and I try not to use it too much, is security. So you want your highly trained people that you're paying extra money to get their skill set to do things that only their skill set can do. So the junior network engineer, eventually we would think they would move up to be next in line, but they would be less skilled, and they would be more cost effective because they'd be cheaper. And it wouldn't cost in terms of brain power, skill set, when we send those out to do things that network people do. Application developer. Application developer, you might know them as business analysts too. I think some places call them that. The big thing is on that, we're pulling in new systems all the time. The newest one is the CAD system for the police department. Currently, we do not really support the current CAD system, but we will be supporting the new system. We also have enterprise programs, and y'all know the names of some. We have Odyssey, the courts. We have IS World, which is taxes. We have Intergov, which is business license, inspections, engineering. Those need owners in IT. And you really can't have a major program without a owner. And if you have two people owning a major program, one of them takes the back seat. So again, this position may not be the one that works with the police. We may put someone else on it, but this would allow us to make sure that our ownership of each major enterprise program has a IT sponsor. Because you really, and you can ask any of the departments, it's a full-time job for IT too to manage these systems on the back end. Again, we don't do business license, we don't send out taxes, but we do ensure that those programs run for those teams, and we do need a project sponsor for each major asset that we bring in. Our GIS coordinator position, the big thing on that is bullet 3 again, and I didn't do that on purpose, but it just seems like bullet 3 was where I started thinking. But it impacts everything I just said too. All of our data comes in from GIS for the Sheriff's Department, Police Department, Public Safety, Metro, inspections, assessment, tax assessment, every program that has, and I hate to use the word map because really the map has a lot of data on it, but every map that we provide, whether it be census tracts, whether it be bus routes, whether it be location of assets, whether it be even a thing such, they call it like the street furniture, so that we know where the street lights are downtown on the Riverwalk, where we know where our fiber's running under the streets. All of those different layers of the map are more and more critical. And it's become, we've got where we need someone else to assist in that role. Several years back, when the GIS was moved to information technology, this was all part of the plan. It's been about 9 years, and we've been growing into the role. So at first, I had 2 people, and that's who I have today. And it's grown to the point where everyone wants this data, and you see it all the time. I know the deputy city managers ask for it, present it to council when they show you census tracts and where things are going on. All of that's GIS data. But behind the scenes, it's used by our public safety and all of our other departments too. I included on each of them a summarized of duties that you could read. It's not the full job description, but it highlights some of the things they do. And basically, again, I said, these are all in the mayor's proposed budget. I appreciate that. I appreciate council's support all the time. But I wanted to basically say, and you've heard it before, it's nothing new. It's a time management issue, but I like to refer to it as lacking enough time to ensure sustainability, security, and reliability. And I always tell my staff that time management issue really isn't what we should call it in IT. In IT, it's the lack of time to do it right. And we can't afford that in IT. For any program or any system or any piece of equipment, you know, there's a saying in IT that if it's 99.99% finished, it's 100% worthless because it has to actually work. And we can't do partial things, like we can't cut part of the grass and it get just around the high spots. We've got to make sure our systems run completely integrated. So we've kind of run out of manpower to do that. And because I always like, and I tell my staff, if you don't have time to do it right, when do we have time to do it over? And I don't want to be in a position where y'all get calls, or I get calls, or the mayor gets calls, city manager gets calls saying, hey, you put this out there, but it's not right. And so that's kind of where I'm at with my people. A lot of it's because of our fantastic growth as a city, moving to number 2 spot, and all of our new buildings that we have to support. And that includes things even like South Commons and everything else, things that you really know about, but you don't know there's an IT component a lot of times under the surface, and it's truly under the surface there. So again, I thank you for all your support. It is in the mayor's budget. I was asked to bring the presentation because, like I said, I think council kind of wanted to hear what the reasoning was. As far as the positions coming online, 2 of them come online July. But because we're trying to plan prudently for the future, the other ones would come online in January timeframe, because we don't need them before we need them, but we know how the budget cycle works and you have to plan in advance. So we will need them in January timeframe, the other 3 positions. So we've actually phased them in. To one of the council's questions earlier, you know, how do you phase them in? Well, you phase them in at the time when the different assets are supposed to be coming online in the general plan for the city. So questions?
Are there questions for Councilor Tucker?
Thank you for giving your presentation, and it was in the mayor's actual budget. I will say, as an IT professional, IT individuals don't become important until they become important, just like what happened over in Macon just recently with the cyber attack. It's a lot of things that go on in the background that the general employees would not know. So you were saying that you're phasing in some of the employees in January. Was it 3 positions?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other ones will come on?
July.
July. Okay. But yeah, as an IT professional, I know the amount of work that goes on behind the scene to make us look good. Thank you.
Other questions? Director, can you just very briefly, Councilor Tucker mentioned the cybersecurity issue in Macon last week, wasn't it? Can you tell us where we are in Columbus?
Okay, generally speaking, and I think there's even a new law that's going to allow me to give a lot of detail in executive session, but I haven't spoken with our city attorneys. But what I can give you is, I think that council got my briefing on it, and what we've done is, even on the day that we were given notification, we're as part of a network of IT people, and we network with other departments, state, federal, and we got suggestions on things even Monday. So we made some changes to our network and our security scheme even on Monday, based on some of the information that came out of Macon, Bibb, Wichita, and actually I think there were 17 cities hit. And but I also caution that the biggest fear is not that we avoid being hit, because at some point we will. It's what you do when you have that crisis. And the mayor, the city manager have our incident response plan, as do a bunch of the other major players and the city leaders. We update those policies continuous. So each time an event happens anywhere, that we're notified, and we're notified by state, federal, or local governments, make these changes. We not only make them to our network and other computer systems, we also add those changes into our incident response plan. So we hope one doesn't occur, but we know one will. And when it does, we want to be prepared to respond to that.
Thank you. Anything else for the director? I
Now-
want to say thank you on behalf of council for what your guys do for us. They always make us look good. Ms. Alexander, did you, or Mr. City Manager?
All right. There was one thing that they wanted me to add. It's not part of this presentation, but yesterday, as you know, Director Newman's retiring, and they want, it's been discussed of maybe putting the radio towers and radio shop and the radio portion of the city under IT, which is where it usually belongs. And I think that Director Newman wants to come talk about that. If that does happen at the pleasure of council, and again, it's not part of my budget request, it would require a new position, but it's not part of my budget request at this time. It would depend on if council decides to move that to my department.
Mr. City Manager?
Madam Budget Chair, so I did meet with Deputy City Manager Hodge and Director Tolley, Director Newman. Actually, it was yesterday, and so radio is a component under the engineering department, and we want to move it, a lateral move to the IT department. Director Newman is retiring at the end of August.
What?
Yes.
What? Sorry.
Yeah.
The vote's no.
Yeah, at the end of August. And you know, over the years, we've had budget cuts, and so we contracted out radio. And so everything with our radio system is done with a private consultant contractor. And so when we shut down the radio shop, the employees went away, as you may recall, several years ago. We had the radio shop down on Ocasita Road. Employees were moved to other positions within the city government. And so what Director Newman did at that time is, she started managing the contractor herself. So they do the work, basically. But you got to have someone to make sure that they're doing all the things that they got to do. So she's been doing it. And so when she leaves, she's it. And so in other, the best practice is to have radio shop under IT. And since she's retiring and leaving, we want to make the lateral move to IT. But because Donna Newman was the ombudsman, if you will, the person that's in the office that makes sure the consultant radio shop, they're doing all of what they need to do, monitoring the contract, in other words, or managing the contract. If it moves to IT, he doesn't have a Donna Newman to come with it. And so, but we do want to move it where it should be. And that will mean that we will need someone to manage, to do what Donna has been doing. And so I want her to just speak
Now,
to it.
Mr. City Manager, excuse me, do we need to do this as a new position? As an ad on our add delete list?
It would have to be a new position because when she leaves in August, whoever is going to do what she's been doing as the director, which she should not have been doing.
Among other things that she does.
That's right. She shouldn't have been doing them, but she did. She took it on because she didn't have anybody. And so we would have to, at IT, when she leaves, they will need to have a person to pick up where Donna Newman leaves to make sure we manage the contract.
So my question again is, does this need to go on this add delete list?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Counselor Allen has added it.
Okay.
Ms. Newman?
Yes, ma'am. As the deputy city manager said, or the city manager said, I'm sorry, in FY17 actually is when the radio division, if you will, it was a division of the engineering department, worked under traffic engineering. At that time, Ron Hamlet, who was the traffic engineer, was the overseer, if you will, of the division. And so when it was eliminated, all of the positions, there was approximately 4 positions in that little small division of traffic that maintain radios, install, I'm sorry. They also install light bars and did some maintenance, general maintenance on the electronics in the police cruisers and fire trucks and that sort of thing. So I absorbed 2 of those people in my department in other positions, and allowed one of them, because he was already working at the traffic shop, to continue that, and he retired in October. So I did include it in my budget when I submitted it. And then when I officially retired, that's when I brought it to the attention. And a lot of the things that we are involved in right now, as you may know, is we are in the process, and hopefully will be complete in October. That's the current schedule for replacement of the River Road Tower that was damaged in the tornado a few years back. The other thing is with the government center being taken down, there's critical radio equipment that's on top of that structure that's going to have to be basically replaced onto the new judicial center. So we're in coordination and working toward that and working with Ryan. Also is with City Hall, the new judicial building, the new sheriff's office. That's going to require what's called a BDA, which allows radio transmission within the buildings, and that's in process. So there are some critical things that's underway, and when we have our monthly meetings with Motorola, there's numerous contracts that do different things with Motorola. IT has been involved in those, so they are already familiar with a lot of what's going on. And I will say that the technology with radio communication has changed tremendously in the time that I've been involved with it. So it continues to grow. So it needs more expertise in the technology field, if you will, as well.
So Madam Budget Chair, we need you to approve a lateral move from her budget radio to IT, which is no increase in money. We just need a person.
Okay. Counselor Tucker. Well, let's see what we can do here. Hit it again.
I do want to make sure I understand, because I know there was a request, the lateral request, to move from under Donna's department under IT. But it sounded like their managing the radio was a portion of Donna's role. Are we taking that portion of her role and creating a full-time person to absorb it? I mean, if it sounds like vendor management, presumably IT has some vendor management people already.
I think I can actually answer that, and Donna can come up and help me. What Donna's doing is, won't say it's the minimum of what has to be done to manage the things, but there are some things that we would want to do proactive that in October, and without help, additional person, you couldn't, because the vendors right now don't do all of the tasks, because even at the, say, a tower. So you have to make sure that we manage the generators, the electronic switching, the grass getting cut. There's a lot of things that now are being called in, and then the tickets get put in, and they're only reactive. So because as you can imagine, if I was managing the role, I can attend meetings, I can be intelligent talking to Motorola, but what I really shouldn't do or have time to do is go visit all the many sites we have and make sure they're all working, because that's really not even the role of the vendor. As your vendor manager, you have to make sure that every single site, and we have many, many sites, and actually and I've learned all this in 24 hours, so forgive me if I mess up something.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, because Donna's got a heavy load already, so is it 10% of the current role, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, if it's 10% of her current role, that's like 4 hours a week. Even if it doubles, that's like 8 hours a week. It's hard to understand like the need for a full-time person to take over what she's just doing.
Well, here's the conversation I had with them yesterday. and you heard him mention going out to the site in grass, for example. You know, Donna is very busy as engineer doing all the things that she does. And IT wanted to be clear that I'm not waiting for someone to call in to tell me the grass around the tower is overgrown. There's a standard that I'm going to hold the radio consultants to, if that's what they, or if there's a work order that needs to be done. She's working it in with her other duties. And we could say that that's good enough. Well, and she's done a great job, but that's not what her focus has been.
I understand the scope of the role. I guess my question is specifically around the effort, right? So, and I'm ballparking this, right, because I don't know. Like, if it was 10% of her current role, that's like 4 hours a week. Even if we double that, that sounds like 8 hours a week. Triple it, that's 12 hours a week. And we're saying, hey, let's get someone that's 40 hours a week. It seems like there should be some way to, some economies of scale where we've got existing vendor management or existing people going out there. That's what I'm trying to understand, that hours of effort for the new role, if it's just taking over what someone, even expanded, it's taking over what someone's doing just partially.
Seems like one of the new four could take over those responsibilities.
Well,
I can somewhat respond to that. Up until October of last year, I had one person who was actually in a traffic signal position. I absorbed him because that was an existing vacant position that I had in my department at the time. And I allowed him to continue to do a large part of his role that he was doing with the radio. And he was the one that was going to the sites. I also get calls from the vendor who routinely has to go to the site to check alarms and do other things. And if they saw a problem with the grass or with the propane being low, or if an alarm was going off, they would report back to me, and I would contact Public Works. They do generator maintenance, and they do cutting the grass and those kind of things. So when the individual retired in October, that's when I thought, and I decided I was going to retire. That's when the mindset started thinking about what are we going to do with the radio.
And my thing is to think about how important radio communication
It absolutely
is for us. From 911 to the sheriff's office, to police, and Public Works, and Parks and Rec, and everything that happens in this government. You know, the importance of radio communications and body cams and just everything that goes on. We need to make sure that we're covered. Is what I can say. And we've had a generator to go down and they have to communicate on one channel, public safety.
And we most recently had a lightning strike on a tower.
And things go crazy. And when you've got more than 400 police officers and 300 plus deputy sheriffs and however many you got in 911 and Public Works and everything else, she was doing what she was doing to monitor and do, but we need, that's an important role, is what I will say. And you'll know it if radio communication goes down.
Absolutely.
In this community.
Councilor Tucker.
It was actually not the radio. It was in reference to IT's budget regarding replacement of computers and other devices, especially dealing with other departments. I just felt like it was a good time to talk about it. I think I had spoke with CPD previously, and they was telling me about having to replace certain IT equipment, and it had to be absorbed in their budget. So I just wanted to, because I was looking further on in the department summary to see how are we handling that part of the budget when it comes to IT devices and equipment.
Okay, in general, there are several funding sources for IT equipment. Some of it comes through the police department or the state or different agencies, but the bulk of it comes from the IT department. And what we have in place is a 5-year replacement cycle for our computer systems, like what you would typically call a computer. And we have started already implementing that. So I think the increase you see in the budget, and if it turns out that computers go up too high, but we want to keep them on a 5-year refresh so that everything works correctly. As far as the police, it's kind of a joint effort. Sometimes they put in the sheriff too, they put in equipment, they get grants, or they do other things with project money when they're buying a new car. So, but all of the computers that are city, Columbus, consolidated government owned are in the plan. But sometimes the funding sources vary as to the ultimate root source. So if the root source might be a state grant because the state gives the courts money, or they get money from the state some way, they still use our standard to purchase equipment. So it's kind of a combination, but we do have a 5-year plan, and our first purchase was made within the last month to start, because when ARP money expired, and we knew it would, the problem is we were able to purchase more than 1,000 machines in like a year. That's not good for a budget when you try to do life cycles. So we've gone ahead and started removing the ones that are no longer capable to do functions, because a lot of the police function is with their new system, has to be different machines. Same way with different programs. So we're on that refresh cycle.
Yeah, and that was the main thing. I know we've purchased so much and wanted to ensure that we're doing the proper life cycle plan for our IT equipment, because, you know, all of a sudden, if you balloon at one side, it's going to balloon the other side. So
right,
I want to make sure.
Because I knew council, if I came in 4 years and said, you know, we need $4 million, y'all would go, well, why didn't you have a plan? So I have my plan in place where we are refreshing the equipment that is either non-secure or not capable of doing the current work. So we have that refresh cycle in place today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And so, Madam Chair, I mentioned police and sheriff, but I didn't mention fire EMS and Homeland Security about radios, and so I don't want to leave them out.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Yeah, just for the sake of explaining to the public, what we're talking about is 311, telecommunications, 911, I mean, across the board.
All radio communicate, yeah.
All radio
Absolutely.
communication. Okay. Have we ever sit down and done a detailed analysis on opportunities out there, maybe to relook at this whole communications contract where we're at today and how we do things moving forward?
Well, I've had conversation about it, and I'm right in line with what you just said.
Okay, good. The last thing is, in the district I represent quite frequently, since the communications department represents all these areas, constantly, whether it's 911 or 311, I get people that tell me all the time that they have a hard time getting in contact with the city or city services because they're linked over to Alabama or Albany. And it's still happening. I don't know. It seems like where we're at today in modern technology that there would be a way to deal with that. But is that something that we can really explore and look into? I mean, maybe it's about time if we're making these adjustments to
and I've heard that
really
too.
try to solve that problem.
Like, I've heard Albany say that they got a call.
They
You
do.
know, and, you know, I don't know how that happens. It gets crossed up, but
Well, this is not unusual, I think, in these days because of the proximity of the towers and so forth. Let's move to Counselor Crabb.
Thank you. Just to build off of what Counselor Begley was saying, we are giving IT 4 new positions. And so it just seems like when you're building those positions, you could build into those 4 new positions the monitoring of this contract.
Councilor Crabb, one of the things that I would typically do if I had a year to grow into it, and maybe it'll be next year that we would grow into it, I plan to do a detailed study on that position, and I may come back at mid-year, or I may come back next year, or I may come back and say you were absolutely correct and we absorbed it in. But since I've had about 22 hours notice, I haven't had a chance to really delve into that because we would have to do like a JAT, other things. And I do plan to do that regardless. And, but don't be surprised if in January, when we've got all that done, that we have the case for a complete position. And if we don't, I would come back and still report, we've done the study. It came back at whatever. So this time I'm good. Our projection is that in 2027 budget, that we would need a full-time.
well, and Madam Chair, as I said earlier, for a city our size, I guess we've probably got 1,500, 1,600 radios in very critical areas of work. And to have someone that we say spends 30% of their time or 20% of their time, if something that goes bad, is not going to be a good response for us in a city our size. I believe that we need to have a full-time person in a city, one full-time person in a city of our size dealing with such a sensitive matter, something that if radio communication goes bad with an officer, with a fire EMS, with Homeland Security, you know, someone's going to look for someone to blame. And I don't want to blame it on the 20% employee. I mean, I want someone full-time. It's your decision. I'm just telling you my best judgment, professional opinion for the second largest city in Georgia. We need a full-time person handling such a sensitive matter.
Counselor Begley.
City Manager, I hear you loud and clear. It's very important. I'm not questioning the importance of it. I guess I'm just trying to understand the level of effort. Because I heard we had someone helping in the past who retired. I guess what happened with that role? Was that role filled? Was that taken off? Because if we had someone, I'd be interested to understand how we backfilled that position if we did.
We didn't backfill that position because I knew we were going to be potentially in the future discussing where it needs to be. Again, the technology has changed tremendously from the time it became part of engineering until today's time, and then we had all of these other initiatives. So we haven't backfilled that position.
So is that position removed from the budget, or is that?
Again, that's a traffic signal, which we desperately need that position. But they absorbed them at that time to maintain and do the elements. A lot of what he was doing is done under the contract, but he was also that field person that could go out to the sites and check the generators and check the, he was actually physically mowing grass sometime, and he shouldn't have been, but he was.
I mean, I guess that's where, if we had that role doing 2 functions, is that an option in the future so that we don't have to add a new long-term position. And I hear, you know, hey, it can be researched further, so I think if that came back mid-year with more details of like, hey, here's the hours we're expecting, because I understand it's important, and that's why we do have a contractor, and, you know, I've had roles where something may be 10% of my job, and when it hits the fan, it's now 100% of my job, right? And so it's not that it comes down to that. So I want to better understand like the level of effort we used in the past. You know, if it was a way, if we had someone completing 2 functions in the past, can we do that going forward? Or if there is a clear articulation of why, what the level of effort on an ongoing basis, how that fills up 40 hours, I think that would be helpful. But, you know, just feeling like if it's been a part-time role in the past, ideally we'd keep it that part-time role, because even with some expansion, it's hard to justify a new full-time position.
I was just going to make a comment. I understand that, but you need to keep in mind of these key initiatives that we have.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. We need to keep in mind of the key initiatives that we have, the tower replacement, the relocation of all of the equipment from the government center to the judicial center, and then all of the BDAs that are going in all the newer buildings. So that would require a little more focus than what we've had to have in the past, because we haven't had major projects going on. So it just depends on what's going on at the time, is how much of my time that it took.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to add this to the add delete list? Okay, Councilor Allen has added it. Ms. Alexander? Well. Oh, well. Use the city managers. Jeremy, help.
Just use
The
that.
next time.
Use this one.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes, Madam Budget Chair, Councilor Allen did place the request on the list, and it's my understanding the request was to add the radio system position. That would be a grade 122 at $60,871. And then there's the budget neutral transfer of the radio communications operating budget from the engineering department to the IT department. The value of that budget neutral transfer is $671,304. The budget neutral transfer for the operating budget, moving the radio communications from engineering to IT is $671,304. That transfer is budget neutral from engineering to IT. There was also the addition of the radio system position. The value is $60,871. That would be an addition.
Okay, are we okay? Okay, next on our agenda is the tax assessor, the chief appraiser, I'm sorry, the chief appraiser will come.
See if I can get this thing to work. Okay, good. Good morning. I am here to discuss reclassification of, it's 4 positions, 2 different titles. This has been an ongoing situation that we have tried to get corrected for a couple of years now. We did get, this is my administrative division, these are appraisal technician positions. We did get a career ladder created, which helped the situation a little bit. So that's why we have two different positions that need to be reclassified. It's all part of the same career ladder. At the time that Evergreen was doing their pay study, I had 4 employees in that division who were able to do job assessment tools. By the time we got to the appeal period, I didn't have any of those employees. I think I had 1 that was able to file an appeal, but by the time the appeals were actually being processed and heard by Evergreen, there were no more employees there. They had all either been promoted into different positions, or they had left, or they had gone to other departments because of the pay. I attempted to keep those appeals alive and was told that I, as a director, was not allowed to do the appeals, that was the agreement with Evergreen, was that they were not going to allow managers to appeal on the behalf of their employees, but I had no employees that were still there from the start of the process to the end of the process. I attempted to take the appeal on to the city manager at the time during that appeal process. Evergreen, I guess, kiboshed that, and it never got to the city manager. And so in this year's budget, we are attempting another reclassification. Evergreen has finally agreed that those positions are in fact underclassed and that they need to be reclassed from a 113 to a 115 for the appraisal technician and from a 114 to a 116 for the senior appraisal technician. And that is what I've come in to ask for. It was not included on the mayor's budget at the time that we did our budget meeting. I had spoken with the city manager at the time, and he said, well, I would have approved that back in the appeal process, but it never got to him. And so this is why we are now here to request that this reclassification take place. And we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of a total of $12,000 between the 4 employees. We're not talking a whole lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but I keep losing employees to other departments that are paying 2 grades higher, and it takes me a full year of training to get an appraisal technician from the start of the process to the end of the process to train them on all aspects, because we have a 1-year cycle of what we do. And yet they can leave me and they can go down to tax commissioner's office, 3 weeks worth of training, and they make 2 grades higher than what they're making in my division.
Are there questions for the tax assessor? Is there anyone that would like to put this on the add-delete list? Councilor Begley has put it on the add-delete list. Okay?
So thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
And we'll make that decision this afternoon as we look at the entire add-delete list.
I do appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Parks and Recs. Is Ms. Browder not here?
No, ma'am, she's unwell, unable to attend. She's actually at the doctor's office right now.
Okay. And you have the 5, we had asked for the top 5?
Yes, ma'am, she's passing it out. I'm not loud enough? Okay.
I'm sorry, but this is not what we asked for. We asked for the top 5.
Yes, ma'am, they're on the list. The first thing, we just wanted to bring up quickly, because in the mayor's recommended budget, there was $80,000 allocated for audio-visual equipment. And after further talking with our department managers and everybody, we were just requesting that we be allowed to spend that $80,000 in this way.
Wait just a minute. On this piece of paper, it says the top 5 listing for operating, and then it says the top 5 listing for capital.
Correct.
We want 5. We don't want 10. We ask for 5.
Okay.
Do you want to take a look at this and come back to us in a few minutes and give us the top 5? Or
Yeah.
Let's do that. We just want 5
Okay,
from the entire department,
Okay.
okay?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
believe that's what we had asked for, okay? Next is Parks and Rec. We've already heard from Parks and Rec once. What are we hearing from them again? I mean, not Parks and Recs, Public Works.
The jail, I mentioned to you last week after hearing from Mr. Ballmer that we will be coming back with, the roof and
Well, I'm not sure that this is the place to do that. Are you going to be asking us for additional money in the budget?
for the jail. Based on what, I think, Council Davis, didn't you say last week, we need to or whatever you said last week on the jail after hearing from Mr. Bonner about the roof and ventilation, safety, and so forth?
Yeah, I did. But if we just, are you saying we need to continue with the services?
What we want to share with you today, and we've mentioned before, and I'll get to the mic. What we want to share with you today, we heard from Mr. Bonner last week, and what we heard is if you don't repair the roof and stop the water from coming into the building, if you don't repair pipes and do all the things that you need to do, we're going to be right back where we are with mold, and it can happen quickly, is what he said. And so I said to you last week, and I forget what your comments were, that we will come back next week at budget review, and we will present to you what we would want you to put on the add delete list to consider those repairs that were mentioned, not just by him, but we had SLAM to take a look at it, the architects, along with Gilbane. And they came back and they said, you need somewhere between 12 and 25 million to do a kind of a stopgap, if you will, to stop all of the problems until you get to a certain point. Well, that's not what we're asking for today. We want to share with you on the add delete list, we want to replace the roof, and we want to, because we have one plumber in the whole city, and we want to consider CGL, which is an outside contractor that we became familiar with when the sheriff and SLAM and all of them were traveling to Forsyth and other jails. They maintain the jails, and they will do all of the maintenance at a annual cost of about $1.2, $1.3 million with 7 people. And so we want to present those as options to you today for your consideration.
Well, Mr. City Manager, first of all, I have some problems with our doing this without the sheriff here. And secondly, I believe, and I don't know what my fellow councilors here believe, that this is something that should be done in a regular council meeting and not at a budget meeting. But I think there are a couple of the councilors who want to speak. Councilor Davis.
No, I agree. I think we really need to have either a work session or a really good conversation on this matter. I don't disagree that they need to be fixed. I think what I was talking about was keeping the services of the gentleman because of the ongoing problems, and it's going to not go away. So he needs
we're going
to be there. Now, as far as capital to fix things, then I'm not saying I disagree with you. That would be appropriate, but I think we need to have that conversation if we're going to budget funds or to identify funds to do that.
That's fine. And what we're talking about is maintenance. It's not sheriff work. It's maintenance.
Mr. City Manager, let me interrupt you just a minute. As we're thinking about this, I see that Judge Kennan has come in.
Sure.
And can we just take a break and let Judge Kennan come to the mic and make his presentation so he can get back to his court responsibilities. Judge Kennon, thank you so much. We, Judge, one of the things that we need to make sure that you're aware of is that after you make your presentation, we will either add what you have asked us on the add delete list. We're going to take a break for a few minutes after all of the presentations, and we'll come back this afternoon to take action on that add delete list. So we will not take action except to put or not put your request on the add delete list. So you're on.
Well, bless you. Thank you for taking me. I can get back to work, but I'm humbled. I appreciate you putting me on the agenda. And greetings to all my friends on the council and to the budget chair, excuse me. We've been trying for some time to get 2 courtrooms, just as a preliminary, just kind of make a footnote, to get 2 courtrooms. And several years ago, I gave up some money in some hires and postponed them and saved about $50,000 to put a sound system downstairs in the wing where we previously were, where Miss Lula's waiting room was. And the city, one thing led to another, and you needed the money, and so we gave up the 50, and we're supposed to get it back, and one thing led to another, and we didn't. Then when we moved into the tower, and I just give a little quick history. When we moved into the tower, we were going to have 2 courtrooms, which we sorely need, and I'll get into why in a minute. But the making 2 courtrooms on the plaza level, I was told would be too much money. In fact, $3 million. So if I was to be a good steward of the city's resources, which I want to be, I would go down to the jury room and make a courtroom there, and we would save, I was told, I never saw the final numbers, Ms. Angelica could tell you, at least $1.5 million. But that put us back in 1 courtroom again, and we need more courtroom space. That's just on the agenda. When we move in the courthouse, they've got 3 courtrooms in there for us, but I'm told that in the cuts to try to make it work, one of them turned out to be a shell for the time being, but hopefully we'll go back to a courtroom. So I just lead in with that. So we not only need more judge help, we need also more courtroom space. So with that being said, a prelude again to the salaries would be Chattahoochee County, Chattahoochee Circuit rather, we have 2 part-time judges for 6 counties. We have 1 part-time judge, full-time judge, excuse me. The part-time judges, this is from the Council of Juvenile Court Judges on Monday. The part-time judges make approximately $64,000, and the part-time, the full-time judge, according to this, is $132,448. I haven't updated that. And Ms. Cannon wanted to come, but she couldn't, our court director. Clayton County, to me, is a pretty good comp. They have a smaller caseload. We have 1,504, according to our last count, which was in 2022, roughly 1,500. Clayton County has 1,431 cases, 3 full-time judges at $159,000. From there, we go to what is probably, Savannah is 1,294 cases. Remember, we had 1,500. They have 3 full-time judges at $180,000. And of course, Savannah and Columbus go back and forth on who's the second largest city. I think that's probably our best comp. And then the Northeastern Circuit, which is Dawson and Hall, has 1,247 cases, the least in my examples compared to our 1,500. They have 4 full-time judges at $177,000. So, and if you want me to provide you with those numbers, I know I went over that quickly, I'll be glad to do that. In any event, and I'm here today on behalf of not only the juvenile court, but the Superior Court. They have passed an order, and what we are requesting, and by the way, Judge Art Smith sends his regrets. He's in a jury trial, as I understand it, in Taylor County, and wished very much to be here and would have been otherwise. But what we are asking for, and we direly need the help. I mean, we need more courtroom space. We eventually need 3 full-time judges, but right now we're asking for 4 days for Judge Dodgen, and that would be beginning July 1, 2024. Originally, we asked for the 5th day sooner, but we have pushed it out to let him wind up his law practice and for some other reasons, until June the 30th of 2025, when he would go full-time on July 1st, considering we have your blessing, on July 1, 2025, and receive, in the meantime, for 4 days, $104,000 from July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025, and at the time that he goes full-time next July 1 of the following year in 2025, it would be 130, which is still well below those comps.
Okay, Judge, I think, and Ms. Alexander or Mr. City Manager can correct me if I'm wrong, we can handle the FY '25 to January of '25, whatever it is, but we can't go ahead and do the FY '26. Is that correct? From a finance standpoint, okay. So what we can put on the ad list now is to increase the salary for Judge Dugan for July 1, 24 through June 30th, 25. Okay?
Yes,
and then you can come back to us next year, or to the city manager next year, to do that. And as I understand it, the judge is now doing 3 days a week, and this will raise him to 4 days a week.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So it'd be 5 for me, 4 for Judge Dodgen, and 3 for Judge Loudermilk, continuing.
So is that the difference between 60, are we going from 64,000 to 104?
What we did, Madam Counselor, is we took the salary of 130 and we prorated it and came up with 4 days. $104.
So the value of what the judge is requesting with benefits is $27,104.
An additional $27,104.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is anyone that wants to put that on the add to delete list? Counselor Kogel says she will add it.
I know you probably already included it, but with him going from part-time to, would the 4 days a week put him at full-time?
5 days a week is a full-time.
So he won't meet full-time until, does he receive benefits?
He does.
The number? Okay,
He does,
I just wanted to
yeah.
ask the number you gave us.
Yes.
Okay.
So the number that you gave, the 27,000, includes
Includes the
everything?
benefits. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, Judge Kennon, thank you so much, and we will take a look at this afternoon, and I'm sure that Ms. Alexander will be getting back in touch with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, the matter of the jail, we could do one or two ways, and the reason I was bringing it to this budget review because it's about a $4.9 million request with getting the roof done at the jail. I think it's right at $2.5 million just to do a roof. I mean, it's expensive maintenance. And then to contract out the daily maintenance with CGL, and they do this all over the state and perhaps, I don't know, maybe even all over the country, but they would have 7 people on site and dealing with the chillers and all of everything. And so it totals about 4.9. So we can do it on add delete, or I will bring it on the 28th on the city manager's agenda. But either way, it's going to impact the reserve fund, $4.9 million. And of course, you've heard all of everything about the jail, and you've toured the jail. It needs much more work than that. And the 4.9 is going to help us stop leaks and be proactive in trying to prevent pipes from leaking. And so it's either here or it's going to be on my next agenda. And so a decision will have to be made if we want to fix the roof and if we want to have daily maintenance in there and not one plumber or and calling in Ben Franklin or someone else. We need to do something. And so,
Councilor Davis.
No, and again, Mr. City Manager, I don't disagree with you, but let's have that meeting. It's a large amount of money, and just have a detailed discussion on that would be great. And we can add it on going into June. We got time to still address that, but I think we really need to have that conversation if you're okay with it.
yeah, I'm fine with that. I want you to know that we want to stop the roof, the leak, as I know you do. And there's only one way to do it.
Right.
And that's to fix it.
What is it, SLAM, are they the construction consultants that's been working?
SLAM is the architect. Gilbane is who they work with to go in and do a detailed analysis of what we can do to take care of life, safe, healthy health matters related to the jail. I heard the sheriff say last week, as you did, as he closed, I'm concerned about the health of my employees and those we incarcerate.
Well, Mr. City Manager, if we do as Councilor Davis has requested and put this on your agenda for next time, please be sure that the sheriff knows that this is to be discussed and invite him to this meeting. I just have a real problem in dealing with the jail without the sheriff here.
Well,
and maybe
and if it was more than maintenance, I would too, but this is just trying to put the
for
roof on the
spending a
building.
dime at the jail that the sheriff is in charge of, I have a problem with him not being in the room. Okay? I don't care how much it is.
And that's fine. If he wants to be in the room for a roof discussion, we can do that, you know.
Madam Budget Chair, can you have all those people involved? All the contractor, SLAM?
Sure.
What's the gentleman's name? He's
Doug.
Is it Doug?
SLAM,
He put on a real good presentation, but just bring them all.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? Anything else?
I did, if it's okay, Mr. City Manager, I did have 2 budget neutral positions.
We've
that I
already
wanted to-
done your budget positions.
Yeah, I think you left something off last week
Right, that were budget neutral.
that was in your presentation.
That was in my presentation, yes.
This is circumventing the process entirely. We never have done this before.
No, she presented
I presented
last
them
week.
last week.
She
but that's-
presented, and we dealt with that, and now for her to come back again and present, that's not our typical way of doing things.
So you're just Was it something that's not in the budget?
It is something that is not in the budget currently right now. It's the positions that will help to handle all of the different fees that we have coming into Public Works. I found a budget neutral way of bringing that position on board to assist us with the handling of these fees.
Well, it sounds like they don't want to hear it. It sounds
I'm
like
sorry.
they don't want.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm fine.
thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Davis?
And I don't know, can that be administrative, what she's talking about? Can it just be, go through finance and be administrative?
No, yeah, she has something that's budget neutral, and members of the budget committee could say, I want to add the budget neutral position. It's not going to cost anything.
Okay.
You could say that.
Well, I'll yield to the budget chair on that when the appropriate time to bring that back up. But I did have one question that, from last week, if I may,
Sure.
Madam Budget Chair. You had talked about, Director Short, didn't you talk about a couple people right now we're contracting services out in animal control to keep the pens and do some things? Was there 2 people? That was a total, I've got 58. I think I missed something last week.
No, it's a borrowed position from another division that I placed into animal control to keep the
Okay.
cleaning.
Then I didn't miss anything on that?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Budget
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Okay, Counselor Tucker?
Madam Budget Chair, do you mind if I just add those two, since they're budget neutral, to the add delete list?
I don't mind, I think it's
Yeah.
circumventing the process, but it's not up to me to mind.
Director Short. Director Jarrell Short.
Director Short,
Can you get with, Madam Finance Director so we can add those two to the list, to the add delete list? Thank you. Thank you.
was there somebody else?
Yeah.
Counselor Davis?
Madam Budget Chair, I've got a couple items that I want to,
Let's go, can we,
well, that's what I was gonna ask you when you
can we go back to Parks and Rec? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go, okay, let's go back to Parks and Rec.
Okay, on the request for the top 5 for operating, we'll do those first listed there. For recreation services, the 10 additional recreation program specialist 2s, the community schools operating increase. In admin, we're asking for operating costs. You've already approved the park rangers, so we're asking for uniforms, education and training. That would be added in the amount of $70,453 to the administrative budget. In aquatics, we are asking for another aquatic supervisor. Currently, we don't have enough to cover all the shifts. And in administration, we're asking for 1 administrative support specialist for the director.
And those are your top 5?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not asking for any in the capital fund?
Not in the top 5, no, ma'am.
Okay. Council, committee, what is your pleasure? Counselor Davis?
it may be appropriate that I go ahead and address this. I think we're all aware of some of the things in the past of matters that we've dealt with, that we've had to make adjustments along the way. I can think of the Marshal's Department where we made some adjustments there, brought it in the Sheriff's Office, and we incurred savings and actually did not get involved in duplicative services or redundancies. I think that before we go out on this path, we have not had, as a council, we have not had this conversation dealing with park rangers, dealing with animal control and cruelty officers. There are funds in both of those departments, and I would like to pull those and put them in a holding pattern or delete them upon further discussion, whichever works best. I think that as a council, just like we talked about the one matter, we need to discuss that because I feel like there's a better way under law enforcement with the powers that law enforcement has, that we don't go down a path where we're having to restructure or to do things and really be concerned about management and overall practices and things of that nature. I am concerned about that, but before we go down that path, I think this council really needs to understand where we're going, and the question begs, can one of our law enforcement, we're talking about law enforcement, we're talking about the needs to have arrest powers, we're talking about the needs to carry a gun, we're talking about the needs to enforce laws, we're talking about other matters that I think that they're, if appropriately put in the right area, there's efficiencies, there's cost efficiencies, and on the operational sides, we can eliminate redundancies and actually probably build a much better service that will provide exactly the goal that we're trying to accomplish here. So I think it's worth having that conversation before we start funding these areas. Over the course of time, Madam Budget Chair, I've heard many, many people in the community talk about animal cruelty and enforcement there, that they would like to see more, I guess, strength put in it, whether it's CPD or the Sheriff's Office, and who they can call on a regular basis. There's still challenges there that I just don't think that we've really vetted it and that we've gone through to understand it, and we may be missing out on an opportunity. And before we make that decision, I think it's worth having that conversation. So however you want to, whether it...
Well, I think the way that that could be accomplished, Councilor Davis, is if the rest of the councilors agree with you, is not to include item number 3 on her list, which is the admin, which talks about not to put that on the add delete list.
That's
and then we can talk about this.
Or item number 6.
Well, there's one Parks and
Item
Recs
6.
and animal control.
There's
Two
not an
matters.
item 6. That's not on the list. All we're looking at is the top 5 list for operations.
I think if my understanding is already, it's in the budget being proposed.
The park
think what's
rangers,
in
the
the
park
budget?
rangers are, yes.
What I'm talking about is in the budget being proposed out of both departments. Well, out of both departments.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, if we do not put item 3 from what she has given us today on the add delete list, that's the item that deals with the park rangers. And so we would not deal with that as a Parks and Rec issue. We can deal with that as a, as you have said, sheriff or whomever, at another, in another setting, not today.
Then it would be appropriate to delete it.
Well, or just don't add it.
It's already in the budget.
No, it shouldn't be.
Park rangers are in there.
It's on this, it's already in this budget.
Well, then what is she requesting here? Another,
All of it, yeah. Yeah, all, anything dealing with it.
okay. Well, what is your pleasure? Councilor Crabb.
I just wanted to clarify what they're asking for in number 3 is uniforms and things, supplies and things like that to support those positions, which the Muskogee County Prison has already invested into those items, and they've already got them. So I agree with Counselor Davis where we're doing duplicate, and I don't see a reason to do that. I think we need to stay on the path where we have more teeth if we do it, if we keep that under law enforcement instead of Parks and Rec.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think it would be appropriate if I delete anything dealing with the park rangers, whether it's uniforms, training, cars, all of that. I trust the finance director to add all that up. And then on animal control, the animal control, the cruelty personnel that's on there, I think it's the same training, uniforms, things of that nature to add all that up. And we're going to delete it, but we're coming back to have that conversation to really understand it, to see if the council there'd be a better appropriate management entity for it.
And remember that if the rangers, park rangers are already in the budget, you can delete that money and use that money somewhere else in the budget. Okay?
But what if we're gonna bring them back? How does that work?
Well,
Gotta fund it.
we would have to fund it, we would have to have a request, and we don't, at this point, have a request.
I think when we have,
And Counselor Davis is saying we need to have that discussion about what do we do and how do we do it and how do we fund it and all of those kinds of things.
correct.
We have that this afternoon on the add and delete list?
I think it'd be appropriate to have in a work session or a session where we can all really vet it, and the sheriff needs to be there as well.
Or at least
And
if
CPD and others that might be involved, we need to hear from all of them.
we need to have our public safety folks involved in the conversation.
So you're saying if the money is part of the allocation, we can use that money somewhere else?
Yes. We can move money out of the current budget line to another, yeah, you can do it to another department or to this department in another area.
Can we leave it earmarked or not, if we need to bring it back?
No, as far as this, use it for doing the add delete list.
If,
It offsets the add delete list. Can we
Yeah.
get the total for the rangers? You working on it?
okay, let me see where we are.
Yeah.
Counselor Kogel.
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna, agree with, Counselor Davis on if we're putting park rangers out into our parks without arrest powers, I think we're putting our employees in a dangerous situation, and so, I was just agreeing with you, so I just forgot to turn my mic off, so,
Okay.
sorry.
Any other comments?
I have a comment, kind of similar on a different frame than,
Well, excuse me, let's see, Counselor Bigley had his light on. Is that on this park ranger issue?
It's on, not the park ranger.
Okay. Counselor Crabb.
well, if it's on Parks, but it is on Parks and Rec?
Correct.
Here, you want to use that?
Regarding the 80,000 to be reallocated from audiovisual to other items, was that discussed as part of the city budget, or was that kind of an idea that came up afterwards?
On the 80,000, that's in the mayor's recommended budget, but once we got back and talked to staff and realized all the needs that we needed that were gonna be pushed down to the bottom of the list, we're asking to reallocate that $80,000 to these 4 sections instead of just getting the audio-visual equipment.
And I guess are there concerns of not using it for the audio video? Okay, I'll add this to the request list to how that reallocation from 80,000 of audio video to the items you have listed.
Thank you.
I had a comment, question.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, it was a follow-up on Counselor Kogel, really the park ranger issue. I'm not sure whether this training that I see listed there would be post-certified training. It needs to be. Whether you deal with it now on the ad list or later discussion and add it before the budget's passed, it needs to be post-certified training. That's my only comment, because they gotta have arrest power.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
For, Mr. City Attorney, for our purposes, it did include that. When we had the park rangers before in our department, we kept up with their post-certification, just like we do our correctional officers.
Counselor Cogle.
So last year, when we did the budget, along with the pickleball, I know that we earmarked, I think it was it was somewhere between $150,000 to $180,000. I think Counselor Huff wanted to, do some, what was it, the, gaming entertainment over at the Civic Center. So, when we're talking about, and I think when we talked about the audio-visual equipment, during Holly's presentation, it was, maybe discussed that that was to have at the, recreation centers for kids to have something to do, after school. And so I would just request that, I don't think that program has been, there's been no implementation of that gaming program over at the Civic Center yet, to my knowledge anyway. And so I think that's something that we need to probably go ahead and explore, that there's already that earmarked money for audio visual equipment for kids that's just kind of sitting in queue. So that may be something that, instead of doubling down on with $80,000 in this budget, to actually use the budget money that was allocated last year.
I can't speak to the Civic Center, but I can check into for the rec centers.
Counselor Crabb.
So are we finished with Parks and Rec? Okay.
Well, we have not done anything to add, or did you want to add or delete any of the items that they brought to us, the top
No,
five?
I want to move on to something different. So, I mean, let's finish Parks
Let's
and Rec before
finish
you call
Parks
me.
and Rec. Okay, Counselor Davis.
Madam Budget Chair, I'm only the messenger, but Counselor Garrett asked that 60,000 be put on the list for replacement resurfacing of the tennis courts at Lake Bottom. So I am only doing what he asked me to do. Thank you.
Okay, what about these five that they brought to us today? Anybody want to put any of these on the add delete list?
I'd like
Be
to
sure that that is
expand, I'd like to
included.
expand that discussion to include that possibility.
Okay. Anything else? That concludes our presentations. What we would like to do, I think, at this point, is to hear from Counselor Davis.
Are we, Madam Budget Chair, are we finished with add and delete list, or is that still open?
I want us to take well, if you want to put something on the add delete list, we can do that now. We're going to take a break, and then while we're out on break, Director Alexander's office is going to put together everything that we need to discuss about add delete, give that piece of paper to us when we come back from our break. So if you have something else you want to add or delete, now is the time to do it.
I have one matter of adding, I'm going to add $150,000 to the sheriff's budget for legal fee cost, dealing with a lot of, I guess, matters in dealing the judicial branch. So those have not been budgeted for. They weren't budgeted for last year, but it's some new things that have happened, and therefore I'm going to put it on there. Doesn't matter, that doesn't mean he's going to use all that, but he does need the legal services appropriate, being that it's dealing with the judicial branch.
Okay, that's been put on the add delete list. Any other at this point? Counselor Begley.
I know there were questions about the top 5 operating expenses for Parks and Rec. I do like looking at capital, because a lot of times it's just one time. I would like to at least hear the explanation of the top 5 list for capital for Parks and Rec, to understand if it helps us long-term, especially since it's a one-time expense. I'd at least like to hear those 5.
We did that at the last meeting. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else for the good of the order before we take a break? Mr. Mayor, do you want to speak to us?
I will when we get ready to go through that.
Okay. Anything else? According to this clock, it is 11:45. Ms. Alexander, what do you think? Half hour, 45 minutes? For your folks, 45 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. So
So shall we say 12:30? Come back at 12:30? Okay, we're going to take a break until 12:30, have some lunch, whatever we need to do, and we will see you back then at 12:30. I would call the meeting back to order, if you will, please. We are going to now make our way through the add delete list. And the way we're going to do this is I will call on the counselor that added that item to the list, and they can move to add or delete, whichever the case may be. But remember that if you add something, you have to delete something. I would like to start on our list, not at number 1. Can you imagine that? We will start with item number 14 and 15, which is the clerk of Superior Court. These folks have been sitting here all morning, and they may want to go have a bite to eat or something. So if you will look at item number 14, Counselor Crabb.
Put me on the spot. Okay, so, okay, thank you. Okay, so from what I understand, that comes up to $383,368. So, I'd like to remove the marketing coordinator from the city manager's office. That's $66,988. Remove the communications officer from Public Works, which is $44,782. Remove the $100,000 Oxbow Meadows subsidy. Remove the tax assessor to appraisal, $89,564. Remove the Golf Pro, which is $52,710. And I'm going to have a little bit overage, but the three positions from the tax commissioner, the new one in the reclassification in the career ladder, which is $64,810, $6,125, $8,327. So we'll have a little bit extra left over from there that somebody else can use.
Okay, you have heard Counselor Crabb's motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion and seconded by Counselor Tucker. Discussion. Counselor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Crabb, I want you to kind of walk me back through. You don't have to go specifically, but I thought I heard you, instead of talking about salaries, shifting salaries over to cover the request, you mentioned a capital expenditure. Is that?
What was the capital expenditure?
You were going pretty quick. I'm not sure if I even heard it right.
These were all positions.
So you're taking positions away from the tax commissioner to fund this?
Yes, because I believe that the tax commissioner's office is about to transition into a new leadership. And so I believe that those funds, especially for a new position, they need to allow the new tax commissioner to come to us and present us with what he feels like he needs in his budget.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Counselor Crabb, would you go through that list one more time, if you will?
Yes, the marketing coordinator for the city manager, $66,988. The public works communications officer, $44,782. The Oxbow Meadows subsidy, $100,000. 2 tax assessor appraisers at $89,564. The Golf Pro at $52,710. And then the new tax commissioner position at $64,810. The tax commissioner reclass at $6,125. And the tax commissioner career ladder at $8,327.
How much was the Oxbow?
Oxbow was $100,000.
Director Alexander? Director Alexander? The Oxbow subsidy, would that be considered capital, or was that considered personnel?
Technically, it's considered operating fund, so it would be a reduction in the operations for Oxbow Creek. So we would need to, since the revenue is being reduced in the general, since the subsidy is being reduced.
Wait just a minute, Ms. Alexander.
No, she was on, I'm just waiting to go after her.
Okay, well, I'm there.
Got it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be an operational reduction in the general fund. And it is actually one of those operational expenditures that is recurring because there is a subsidy that's provided by the general fund to Oxbow Creek annually. So if we remove the subsidy for Oxbow Creek out of the general fund, that does increase the general fund balance by that amount. It would also decrease the revenues that were being utilized to balance the budget for Oxbow Creek by $100,000. And so in order for that budget to remain balanced, since we're reducing the revenues for Oxbow Creek Golf, we would also need to reduce the expenditures by that same amount for Oxbow Creek.
I was under the impression that this was a subsidy that they only used if they had to. And I've spoke to several of the authority on the members, and they said that they haven't used that in several years, that they've been making enough money in the authority that they weren't using it. And so they said that that is funds that we could use for something else.
Prior to FY '23, I would say the 2 years prior, I'll have to go back and just to be sure, you're correct. They did not utilize the money that was set aside for them to use. However, for FY '23, there was a small amount that the general fund did have to subsidize for Oxbow Creek in terms of the operations. So,
How much?
if you give me just a moment, I can look that up. But there was a small amount that was utilized. And so you are correct. I mean, if it is monies that they don't need at the end of the year, we do not give them any funding from the general fund.
They've also told me that they're going to start a fundraising campaign.
Okay. So from a budget standpoint, though, the budget for Oxbow Creek would need to be balanced. And what has been presented by the Gulf Authority from a budgetary standpoint, the revenues for Oxbow Creek do not support the expenditures for Oxbow Creek. So if, from a budget standpoint, if we're gonna reduce the budget for Oxbow Creek by $100,000, because they are As built into the budget, there's that 100,000. We also need to reduce the expenditures by 100,000 to balance the budget.
So are you saying that we cannot do the 100,000 from Oxbow?
You can, we just need to also reduce the expenditures for Oxbow. So the budget in total for Oxbow will go down by 100,000. And I can get with the golf director and obviously the authority to determine what line items would be reduced for Oxbow Creek.
Okay. All right, you have a motion before us. Is there any other discussion? Councilor Davis.
I just have, after we finish this one, I got one to add.
Councilor Crabb, are you, is that it for you, for your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Davis.
And it may be a separate motion, Madam Finance Director. You want to go ahead and vote on this one, or just add it to the motion?
We have a motion on the table, so we need to take care of the motion that's on the table.
Okay.
Councilor Crabb, you want to turn your mic off? Councilor Bigley.
I mean, I was ready to, I think a lot of these positions have a good ROI. I think the positions for that's been requested by the clerk, I think that helps reduce our backlog. Reducing our backlog reduces our jail population, which reduces our expenses to take care of them. I also think there's a positive ROI for a lot of the roles, such as the tax commissioner. We've got a backlog there as well. The more we address that backlog, we get more properties on the tax roll again. And so I guess I support adding these positions, but not necessarily eliminating the ones that were mentioned. And so I guess we'll just move forward with the vote.
Councilor Davis.
Yes, no, this is somewhat to Councilor Begley's point. The way I look at, I'm looking at finance, I'm looking at the tax commissioner. We know that those departments are changing over. We know at the end of the year that there'll be exit audits that are being done and compliance updates as well. So there may possibly be appropriate time to do that, but I think we need to get those audits in place that they all match up and support each other. And this is not to the motion on the table right now, Madam Chair. Do you want to go ahead and just vote on the motion?
I want to take care of the motion that's on the table, yes.
Okay, I'll wait.
Councilor Allen.
Thank you. I guess Councilor Bigley made a good point, and that's where my concern came from, that reducing capital outlays from Oxbow, when you have a lot of play there, and I'm concerned about that. I would feel better about talking with the pro rather than the board member, the authority members. He operates and he sees the day-to-day. I would just feel better about that, and if we could find some other way to fund the positions, then I'm for that. But I feel uncomfortable with affecting the golf pro. I mean, the golf, they've requested a golf pro, I think it's 57,000. I support that, and reducing the fees at Oxbow, I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the tax commissioner's office, reducing that. As Councilor Bigley said, that is the biggest revenue source for us. And it just concerns me that we have gone through a period of time, we're still going through a period of time where the post office is having trouble. Folks are not receiving their auto tags that they've sent through the mail. There's just a lot of things going on there that are confusing a lot of folks. And for us to take positions away from the tax commissioner's office when they desperately need them, new commissioner or not, they still need the positions. And I just feel like we need to look further. And if you want to delay this till you have a chance to look a little more, then I would support that too. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there further discussion? Councilor Crabb.
The tax commissioner's office, there's just one new position that they're asking for. The other two are reclass and career ladder changes. And I don't have a problem with the reclass or career ladder changes if they're budget neutral or if they're changing them from part-time to full-time. But we did just have a pay plan implemented, and we had a period of time where they could come and appeal. And it seems too soon on some of these for them to be reclassed or career ladders to be considered when we just implemented the pay plan. I'm afraid that we're going to get out of a line again if we allow too many of these career ladders and reclassifications just to go unchecked. So really, it's just one new position that I'm talking about.
Do you know if the reclass went through the process, the appeal process?
I don't know.
Do we know?
But it didn't say that it was budget neutral. In the book, it didn't say that it was budget neutral.
You talked about it being out of balance as far as,
I think if we,
as far as the future budgets. If they,
not,
there is a
not
process.
future budgets,
There's a
future pay
process.
plans.
Reclassifications have a process. And they're supposed to go through that process. They don't just come to us at budget time and say, I want to reclassify this person. There's a process. And do we know if they went through that process? For the clerk's office? Okay. Tax commissioner and all of them did, and were approved. Okay.
Okay, Counselor Davis?
Well, I'll add a couple more things to it. Look, it seems like over the years that we continue, and I'm just going to say, I think I'm accurate on this, over the last couple of years, we've added several positions in the tax commissioner's office, if I'm not mistaken. Every year, it seems like we've added somebody there. I'm still struggling a little bit with the matter of Evergreen. I thought we used them to implement and construct a structure for us to work by. Now there seemed to be, the talk that we're having is a governing body that's telling us who and when and how to address what we're terming a career ladder or adjustments. And I'm still a little uncomfortable with that, and I don't know if it's just for a short period of time. I don't actually remember having that conversation that we would be using them from here on out as the consultants to do that kind of work for us. I thought it was just the structure, and that I asked the question last year about the COLA, the cost of living increase, and somebody referred and told me that it was part of the maintenance. That was the maintenance plan. And so it is somewhat confusing because we're continuing to do that, yet we're going to add on. And I'm just viewing this as, it looks like that's going to be every year you're going to have a situation like this. When do we truly contract out? We've talked about in the past that we've used University of Georgia, or we've vetted positions with the University of Georgia, but I mean, how long does this process of going to Evergreen to get them to tell us what we're supposed to do with our overall payroll, I mean, how long does that last? And then how do we deal with the funds that we have to operate with on an annual basis?
Further discussion? You want to turn your mic? Okay, hearing none. I'm sorry. Counselor Allen.
I was trying to get a better handle on this. Okay, in the budget, in the mayor's budget, there are 4 clerks approved. Is that right? Sure. Clerk, Superior Court.
There were 4 superior deputy clerks that went from G113s to G115s. Are you talking about those?
Okay, were there additional clerks added and approved under the mayor's budget for you?
No,
Okay.
there were
you-
not
you just-
additional
You
personnel.
just have reclassifications?
Yes, the only thing that was approved or put in the mayor's budget was the reclassification.
Okay, so your request to us is to add 6 new positions?
Actually, 8, but yes, it was
Well,
new
yeah.
positions, yes.
2 senior clerks and 6
Yes,
deputy clerks? Okay. I just need clarification, thank you.
Okay? Any further discussion?
So,
Okay, the motion before you is, do you need her to go through it again, the positions again? Yes. Would you one more time, Councilor Crabb?
okay, so, if we were to take out the 100,000 subsidy for Oxbow Meadows, the recommendations that I'm coming to comes up to 333,306. The total was 383,368. So we're off by 50,000, 50,062. And so how much of what is there, is it reducing maybe one position, so we add 5 deputy clerks instead of 6? Would that take care of the
Would that cover it?
50,000?
Okay, so what are we trying to get back to in terms of the number, the 384? What number does that represent?
333,306.
333.
Yeah, I have it at 3, the total of these 2 requests was 383,368.
Yes, ma'am.
I've deleted 333,306, so there's 50,062. So what is one position, like what is the one deputy clerk G115 position?
It is, the value is $47,098.
Is that with benefits?
That's with benefits.
So let's remove 1, so we would add 5 deputy clerks. And so, I'm sorry. So I'm going to amend that motion to add 5 deputy clerks. And so that would be, can you give me the total again?
So for 5 deputy clerk, 2 G15 positions, that total is $235,490.
Okay, so let's see, what does that make it? 235, 490.
Okay, so, and just to make sure that I'm clear, in terms of what you're trying to do is balance the deputy clerk positions against the deletions that you put forth? And now, and you would like to now exclude the 100,000 for Oxbow and leave that in the budget intact?
We'll leave that in the budget for now.
Okay. So the position, I just want to make sure that we're clear, the position for Bull Creek, I think you said delete the pro in Bull Creek, that's in the Bull Creek fund and not the general fund. So the value of the position, of the deletions that you've made, which would be to delete the marketing coordinator from the city manager's office, delete the communications officer for Public Works, deleting the two tax assessor positions for the appraisal techs, deleting the technical support analyst in the tax commissioner's office, deleting the career ladder adjustments for the tax clerks in the tax commissioner's office, as well as deleting the reclassification for the administrative operations manager. The total of all of those deletions is $280,396 in the general fund.
I have 333,306.
The golf positions are in the golf fund, not the general fund.
Which positions did you say?
The golf authority position is in the golf,
So
is
why
in
is
Bull
it
Creek.
listed in this budget?
It's in the budget for Bull Creek. Bull Creek has its own fund that's separate and
Right.
apart from the general fund.
Right, that was a question I had asked last week about the golf the assistant golf pro. Shouldn't that come out of the golf authority? And
it does.
So I'm just curious why it's listed in this, that way. So we can't use that? That's not in the general fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're
Councilor Crabb, I
short
do
how
stand
much?
corrected.
With her list,
Pardon?
we're short how much?
Well, before we get to that, I do stand corrected. Actually, for the past 3 years, the Oxbow Creek has not utilized the subsidy, and so that's why it was taken down from 150,000 to 100,000. So they have not utilized the subsidy that was from the general fund for Oxbow Creek Golf.
So I don't understand why the subsidy, why if we're giving them, it's like a gift that we're giving to an authority, and a subsidy that's coming out of our budget, not their budget. So I don't understand why they have to change their operations, why they change their budget when we're just taking something off of our budget that we're not gonna give them.
Mm-hmm. Well, part of their revenue budget includes a transfer in from the general fund. So if we're not going to transfer in any money or anticipate that we'll transfer up to 100,000 from the general fund, then their expenditures should reflect that as well.
But in their expenditures, I haven't seen their budget, so in their expenditures, did they include the 100,000? Did they spend it in their budget? Because I don't think that's the way they've done it in the past. I've always thought that it was something that they held to be used if necessary, and they weren't including that in their budget per se.
Mm-hmm. It was, from an expenditure standpoint, included in the budget. Now, they haven't spent it, and I would say that's probably due to staffing turnovers, maybe there was some operational savings related to personnel, some salary savings that really helped them out, where they did not have to sort of tap into the subsidy money. But from a budget standpoint, from an expenditure standpoint, that 100,000 is included in the budget that they submitted.
So what's the amount that I'm off? Do you,
Excluding or including the 100,000? I guess that's my question back to you. Because if you include the 100,000, then you have enough. You'd have $380,396 in deletions.
then I'd like to add that subsidy back. So I think you're right. The 66,988 from the marketing coordinator, 44,782 from the communications officer, 100,000 from the subsidy, 89,564 from the tax assessor to appraisal, 64,810, the new position from the tax commissioner, $6,125, the reclass from the tax commissioner, and $8,327 from the career ladder from the tax commissioner. And that, doesn't that take us up to,
$380,396 in deletions
okay,
for those items.
so there's a balance, there's a little bit of a balance left. Okay.
Okay? Yes. Before you go, I just want to say hello in the back of the room. Dr. Lewis has walked in. We appreciate you letting us use your facility today. If you want to come participate in the budget meeting, you know, we'll see you later. I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager. Bye-bye, Mr. City Manager. Your mic's not on.
I'd like for the HR director to explain the career ladder, because I think that's set and employees expect the career ladder to work as it has been approved over the years.
Yes, Mr. City Manager and to Budget Chair, thank you all so much for allowing me just to speak briefly about the career ladders as it relates to the pay plan and the newly adopted pay plan. When the City Council approved its pay plan, the UGA pay plan back in 2005 and was implemented in 2006, it included career ladders. So we've had career ladders at least since then and even before then. And in the new pay plan that we recently adopted, the Evergreen pay plan, it carried over those same career ladders. What both ordinances did, the UGA pay plan ordinance and the current pay plan ordinance, it included a section for career ladders. Basically, what the career ladders do, they are a part of pay plan maintenance. That was another question, that what are we doing? But they are part of pay plan maintenance. They help and assist with recruitment and retention, because it gives an employee somewhere to go in their same position. Similar to what the clerk is talking about with the career ladders that she has asked. They are staying as clerks, but allow them to evolve in their position as they gain additional skills, additional experience, additional certifications, and that sort of thing. So they are extremely important to the maintenance of our pay plan. So we do need the career ladders. What the ordinances did in 2006 when we passed the UGA, adopted the UGA pay plan, the same thing that it does in this new pay plan, it allows for departments to enhance career ladders, meaning if you've got a career ladder that has got 1 level or 2 level, it says that you can, as a department director, you can come and ask for another level. You can enhance it, or you can create additional career ladders. Career ladders again, and it was a very brief presentation that was included in the handouts last week, and I hope you all got that. But that's the thrust of career ladders. They are just as other adjustments that you would do when you approve for the pay scale to be adjusted, 1% or 2%, or you allow for steps, employees to advance 1 or 2 steps on the pay plan. Those performance evaluations, career paths, those are all a part of maintaining your pay plan. When we adopted the pay plan and implemented it in January of 2023, that was a huge step, a huge lift, but it is an ongoing process of being able to maintain this pay plan, and these career ladders are just one part of it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilor Davis.
Oh, it's me.
I've got Councilor.
Yeah,
Councilor Tucker.
I had a question. I think we had mentioned, it must have been last week that, or probably during this budget, process, that far as reclassifying, doing a reclass, we had to kind of pick and choose who was reclassed and who wasn't reclassed. We couldn't do everybody. Wasn't it something mentioned about the process of reclassing, meaning that we could not reclass everyone at one time? It was a certain process to that, meaning some people weren't reclassed. It was a list, it was a lot of individuals that needed to be reclassed, but you could only reclass a certain amount of folks, positions, employees.
Counselor Tucker, I think what you may be referring to in terms of reclassifications, it had to do with the adjustment that an employee would receive based on the years that they had been in the position that they were in at the time that the pay study was done. If their position had been recently reclassed, that would impact their pay adjustment. But if they had been in the position for many years, the position had not been reclassed, part of the implementation of the new pay plan was predicated on how many years that person had actually been in their current position and not having been reclassed. So it wasn't that employees could not be reclassed. It was based on how long they had been in their current position or how long they had been in a reclassification.
Okay, I think I actually remember the conversation. It was with Evergreen. They presented a list of reclass positions, and you could only choose so many. We could not do the whole reclass based on what Evergreen had presented. Now, council did not see what was presented regarding the reclass, but they presented a list of, I guess, personnel that needed to be reclassed, and out of that list, it was certain ones that you could not do. That was part of the presentation that was given in the council chambers.
I'm not recalling the
Yeah,
specifics.
but it was
okay.
in reference to, because that's when the question was, because I wasn't for sure. I had made a comment about getting UGA in to do the pay plan, review, and how we do RVRC, an annual pay plan. And that's when we started talking about Evergreen and how Evergreen has 3 years of actually providing us this pay plan maintenance. And in that conversation, it was stated that it was a recommendation of so many reclass, but we couldn't do the whole list.
I
think I
don't want to
understand
cut
what you're
off
saying,
the
what you're talking
conversation,
about.
but it is 1:30 almost, and we've got 26 more to go, so, Councilor Begley.
One clarification on the process. If we do not vote for this change, can we revisit the same positions as a net new?
Can we revisit?
The same positions as revisit this item as a net new, coming from the fund reserve? Can we revisit that if this does not pass? Is that allowed?
If it doesn't pass with what was presented through the motion of the, what was it, 380? If this does not pass, can we bring it back at the end and put it towards general fund allocation?
If that's the wish of the body, we
Okay,
can.
all right.
Okay? Councilor Davis.
Now, where did Director Holloway, I just wanted to go back on what was said a minute ago. I know in the past we've done reclass and things of that nature. Most of the time it was budget neutral. There's a lot of them in here that are budget neutral, but now we've got this career ladder matter that's come back. I'm struggling with trying to figure out who gets put on the list, because I look at the departments on here and it seems like a group of departments, but I'm sure there's people across the board that need to be dealt with from a career ladder standpoint. What is Evergreen looking at every position, or just only if department heads submit something to them?
As it relates to career ladders, one of the documents that I provided to the council last week, it was a spreadsheet that had a listing of all of the career ladders that exist in city government based on it lists all of the career ladders by departments. So there are most every department, and I'm not looking at the list now, but most every department has some career ladders. Some positions are easy to have career ladders. It just makes sense because some positions lend themselves to growth in that if you start out, you can start out as an entry level and get yourself trained. And then you can advance in that same position where it makes sense that you're more valuable. This position is more valuable now because you've advanced more. And then there are other levels. So some positions lend themselves more easily to career ladders than others. But every department in this government, I believe, notwithstanding public safety because they're set up a little bit different, but if we're talking about general government employees and general government departments, pretty much every department is going to have some level of career ladders there. So this is, we've been doing that, but in terms of how do you get them, and again, in the pay plan ordinance, it outlines that career ladder the process of how career ladder comes about. And again, in that very brief PowerPoint presentation that I provided last week, it outlined the process of how a career ladder comes into play or how it might be enhanced as well.
Okay, I understand an explanation of it, but I'm still the picking of the process. You know, you're gonna have to, you can make those decisions, you can make them in general, you can have as many people as you want to on there, but I mean, you gotta fund it somehow. You have to have some kind of funding and revenue. Are we as a city on the management side just designating X amount of dollars for career management or ladder management, or whatever Evergreen tells us, we're just gonna, that's how we're gonna budget. We're gonna budget for that
Excuse
every
me,
year.
Councilor Davis, we need to speak to the motion. And
Well-
this is off the subject of the motion.
Okay,
The
well, let's-
motion is to add 2 senior deputy clerks and to add 5 deputy clerks too. Okay?
Madam Budget Chair, let's just do this. Can we come back? Let's do a presentation on this matter so we don't have to solve this before it gets too deep. Thank you.
Councilor Tucker. Oh, okay. The motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed, motion carries. Let's go now. I'd like, again, for us to switch out a little bit and go up to items number 7 and 8, which is the district attorney's office. The district attorney is sitting in the back of the room. And Councilor Allen, if you would take us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You see the request there in front of you, and what I would like to ask the committee to consider is adding the legal administrative clerk at the expense of $47,098, which, as I understand, does include benefits. This would come out of the general fund. It would be increasing the budget for that amount. What this does is you have 7 Superior Court judges. All of them have an administrative clerk except one judge. So this would give all the judges their own administrative clerk, and that's the reason for the request. In the victim advocate positions, there were 4 requested. The reason they're being requested, if I recall correctly, the state and federal funds were cut all across the state, particularly in Georgia. They lost the positions of the 4 victim advocates, and they're asking us to fund 4 victim advocates. And what I would propose is adding 1 victim advocate and maybe readdress this at the end of the year. So I do not have the exact numbers in front of me, but funding 1 appears to be around $50,000. So that would be a total
So
of,
your motion would be to
fund the legal.
approve item 7, to
Yes.
add 1 legal administrative clerk, G115, and then to add 1 victim advocate, G17 position.
That is correct, to be funded out of the general fund.
Okay, that motion has been made and seconded. Ms. Alexander?
So the cost of one victim advocate out of the general fund is $50,390. And again, as listed there, the cost to add one legal administrative clerk, G115, is $47,098.
Okay.
So 97.
Councilor Allen?
Madam Chair.
Hold just a minute.
I was just trying to give a total requested, 4798 for the clerk and 50,390, which would be a little bit less than 100,000, about
97,488.
But
97.
97,488.
488.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would come from?
The general fund.
General fund.
Mhm.
there was 44,326 left over from my delete list that was not used in the ad. So that could cover, that could almost cover the total amount of the legal administration clerk. And that, so it would only be 2,772 out of the general fund, if I've done my math correct. Lee? Correctly?
Oh, he's only doing 97,488 total.
Okay.
I think she would have to amend my motion.
Oh, he's not doing that.
So,
So it's okay.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Any other discussion on the on the district attorney list? All right, the motion is to add one legal administrative clerk, G15, and to add one victim advocate, G117. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Do we have,
All right,
Okay.
Madam Chair, are we ready to go to the top of the list?
I'm sorry?
Are you ready to go to the top of the list?
You've got the tax assessors here.
Oh,
There's nothing on the add delete list for the tax assessor's office.
17?
17.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Reclassification.
I'm sorry. Councilor Begley, would you want to speak to number 17?
Yeah, I mean, we've been consistent across the board about following the Evergreen suggestions. I understand this one was missed and inadvertently from the mayor's budget, so this is just to be consistent across the board, follow Evergreen suggestions like we have with everyone else.
Okay, so your motion is to,
It is to fund it out of the general fund, the 11,233.
okay,
Second.
there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilor Allen, did you want to?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All those in favor of item number 17 to reclass 2 appraisal texts from G113 to G115 and 2 senior appraisal texts, G14 to G116. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, are there others that we need to hit? All right, Ms. Alexander, I think we're ready to go to Ms. Tucker for item number 1, the Sheriff's Department. Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
the
item 19, which is Public Works, reclass, 1 Facilities Maintenance Supervisor, G 122, to 1 Finance Manager, G 123. It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
There's no cost, just changing title.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
There's also item number 1 on the third page. It is, was the second request for Public Works. It is also a budget neutral reclassification, basically changing the title.
I'm sorry, Counselor Tucker has to leave for a minute, so we're gonna hold on hers. So,
Okay.
we're gonna move down now to, item 9, Counselor Davis for, Public Works. Counselor Davis.
Just talking to several veterinarians, I think that's the appropriate range in order to hire a full-time veterinarian, and that's why we increased that.
And where would you get that money?
Comes out of fund balance.
Okay, out of fund balance, 33,136. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Counselor Davis, number 10,
10 is.
again, Public Works.
Right, it's the supplies and all that comes along for the veterinarian to be able to administer health and the microchipping and vaccinations.
And that's 107,716. Is there a second? Motion and second. Any discussion? Where is that coming?
Fund balance.
From the fund balance. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. One more, Counselor Davis.
Well, there's actually 2 more. 12 is along as part of animal control, the 2 that we just approved, and this is just to do the spay and neutering services based to help the animals be adopted. Have an
Okay,
opportunity
this
to be
is
adopted.
item number 12 on your list.
Fund balance.
Increase the fee-based program for spay neuter services, $275,000 from the fund balance. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Alexander, are you or someone keeping up with what's left in that fund balance? Can you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. So, based on what's been approved right now,
For adoption.
there has been a reduction in the general fund reserves of 1.13 days, taking the fund balance from originally recommended amount of 61.49 days. I'm sorry, 62.62 days, sorry about that, to 61.49 days in the general fund.
So the total estimated days remaining in the general fund and in the OLOS is,
For the general fund and the OLOS, it is 102 days, 102.70 days, based on what's been approved thus far by the council, by the committee.
okay.
Madam Budget Chair, can I read 11?
Counselor Davis.
11 is the mechanics that Public Works has asked for to, hopefully that will equate to a cost savings in the long run.
And that would be coming from,
Fund balance.
Okay, is there a second? Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. The next one is one that I put on fire and EMS to increase the fire and EMS chief's total pay to be equal to $170,980. That includes supplements to be equal to the total pay for the police chief and for the sheriff. There's a motion and a second. That total is $19,977. Come from the OLOS. It can come from the OLOS fund balance.
Well, the chief is paid out of the general fund, so.
Out of the general fund?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
fine, okay. Any discussion on item number 13? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We've done 14 and 15. 16 is IT. Counselor Allen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we heard earlier, this is a lateral move from one department to another. It's no increase in the fund, in the general fund. I move the adoption.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, actually just to transfer from one department, the position to another. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Counselor Begley, we did number 17. Counselor Kogel, number 18, juvenile court. I'm sorry?
I think that's pretty self-explanatory from Judge Kennan's explanation today. We'll just take the funding from, I guess, from the leftovers from what Charmaine had. There was a 46. So in the amount of 27,104, make that motion to
Okay.
approve.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Made and seconded. Any discussion on item number 18? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do you want to move to the other one?
Yeah.
This was not on the list. The Deputy Deaton came and talked to us this morning with the police department wanting $160,052. Counselor Kogel.
I think this is pretty important for our crime prevention future for the city, so I'd like to take that out of the OLOS fund in the amount of $160,052, right?
Yeah.
$50. It was $160,050.
Yes. Out of OLOS.
Motion is.
Make that motion.
Motion is to approve that request. Is there a second?
Where's the money going?
To the police
department.
for.
Special operations is,
It got left off the.
Special ops.
yes,
Yeah,
it's,
special ops. It was left off the list.
it was, yeah, I added it to the bottom of the list. But just as a point of clarification, the special operations, the people are in the general fund. And I think from a tracking standpoint, they wanted to make sure that they could track the expenditures in terms of the budget. And so I do understand the council's request of it coming out of OLOS, but they do already have OLOS monies. I think it's about $435,000 in operating monies in the OLOS. And so as to not commingle this 160 with the existing OLOS money, and because it's all really just semantics as far as the fund balance reserves are concerned anyway, it would be my request, I guess, to put it in the general fund if we're gonna
To
approve
put in
it.
the general fund, not in the OLOS fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there objection to that? Okay, is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, let's go back to Councilor Davis, item number 20.
Item 20 and 21, I think we deleted those with the intention of coming back and having a deeper, further conversation, and then we can make a decision at that point in time. I know some talked about mid-year, but it could be, if everything aligns, it could be even sooner than that.
So are you requesting that we remove item 20 and 21 from the add delete list?
20, 21, and there's one other one. The one other one was 146, that,
Well, you don't want to remove it from the list. You want to actually delete it from the recommended budget, correct?
correct.
Okay, yes. And so that was an additional $146,136 for 3 animal control officers. So that actually would bring the total for line number 21 to $196,526.
And Madam,
I'm sorry, would you say that again, please?
So line 21, Counselor Davis indicated that in addition to the cruelty investigator, there was supposed to be the deletion of 3 animal control officers, as well as all operational costs for those positions. And so the new total for line number 21 is $196,526.
Madam Finance Chair, that got left off, but it goes along with the investigator and all that was in the budget and what we'll be discussing.
Mr. City Manager?
Just clarification, you want to delete the recommended 3 animal control officers?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councilor Davis, further discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Those in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Did we not have a second? Councilor Crabb said she would do that. Okay, Councilor Begley.
This was to support the recommendation from Parks and Rec to reallocate the 80,000 from audiovisual to the various items that were listed. It's a one-time expense, and there was no opposition from the city.
Motion and seconded to approve item number 22, to reallocate 80,000 of capital outlay for audiovisual. Any discussion? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, just as a point of clarification from me, the request to delete the Public Works position, was that also encompassing the park rangers?
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 23, Parks and Rec, Councilor Davis.
This is Councilor Garrett's request. He asked me if, since he's recovering from surgery, he asked this to be put on the list. So I'm the messenger.
Okay, is there a motion for number? Second. Motion and a second for number 23. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Where are they coming from, Councilor Davis?
Fund balance unless the finance director has a alternate choice.
From fund balance. Councilor Begley?
I know we've talked about like 48 million of OLOS money for Parks and Rec. Is that a, SPOS, the SPOS money, is that an option for this?
I don't think that we can reallocate.
Can do maintenance with SPOS money. This would be
Not
considered
from
maintenance.
the SPOS.
Yeah, this would be considered
Yeah.
maintenance.
Yeah. Okay, the motion is to, add 60,000 to capital outlay to resurface the tennis courts and at Lake Bottom. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Counselor Davis.
I'm sorry, did you,
24.
24? Yes, that's just for legal fees outside the budget for the sheriff.
Counselor Allen.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, you've earmarked this for legal fees. My concern is, once we approve the sheriff's budget, he can spend it any way he wants to. He doesn't have to use legal fees. So I'm not sure why we'd want to increase it.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but that's not true. The 150 is earmarked for legal fees. It will be managed as he submits his invoices. It is outside his budget because we don't budget for legal fees for the sheriff in this case, and what he's currently active in.
Mr. City Attorney, would you want to clarify some of that?
Well, as you all recall, normally the sheriff and all of his deputies and officers are funded when they have legal expenses out of the either our office or risk management, whatever the case may be. Now, in this case, with the sheriff having a separate investigation going this year, he's had some additional legal expenses, but this would be, I'd call it an unusual situation this year where he had some separate outside expenses related to his investigation, and would hope they would not recur. You can certainly put some in there if you don't want to put this whole amount, but it is, you know, outside what we've historically done, because if sheriff is sued or his deputies are sued, then in the normal course, our office litigation team would represent him. The unusual thing that's happened this year is he's had an investigation going that conflicted with a couple of other city departments who were also entitled to representation, and just a unique situation. But I mean, we don't have any objection to some amount. What Mayor Pro Tem says is right. If you put it in there, then the sheriff can spend it on legal fees or some other item that he feels is more important.
Well, and I hear what you're saying, and that's what we talked about in the past, but these would be invoices that would come over that apply to this investigation, the subject at hand. He did not have those funds budgeted last year. He's utilized all his funds. He'll be going over budget, nor does he have them in this year's budget. But what has transpired has caused him to, for the need for legal counsel, and certainly he would have to have the funds to pay for it.
If he has gone over his total budget, he can come to council, correct me if I'm wrong, to have an adjustment to his total budget. Is it, I mean, we do that pretty regularly, not through the budget committee. Is that right, Ms. Alexander?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Councilor Davis has made the motion. Councilor Allen, did you have something else?
I just want to say I'm uncomfortable supporting this because of what the city attorney confirmed, that he can spend this money any way he wants to. There will be no invoices from an attorney on legal expenses. What do you mean? It's just not going to happen. I mean, if he has expenses, he can come to the city and ask to be reimbursed or for it to be paid. But for us to give him the money, he can use it on travel or go to classes or do whatever he wants to do with it. He's a constitutional officer. He's not bound by what we dictate in this budget. We give him $27 million a year, and he can spend it any way he wants to.
Okay, Counselor Davis?
Yes, I would be real careful in crossing the line of demeaning someone's character. The sheriff has requested this, and
It's not just him.
for you to make that allegation is totally wrong. This is an ongoing investigation. We just paid out, how much did we just pay out on this investigation to attorney's fees that he's incurred? 19,000, 20,000, you approved it. And he will continue to have those invoices. He does not have that in his budget. Now, look, we can put it in the budget, or he can come and ask for us, either way. But he has to provide those invoices to the finance department. They're the ones that approve it anyway. It all goes through the finance department. So everything will be justified, recorded, and there'll be an invoice. This is just funds, enough funds to cover that. He doesn't have that right now. And unless we're gonna get in a battle with the sheriff's office, I think this is the appropriate thing to do, because he's going above and beyond what his call of duty is right now. I mean, you can vote it down. If you want to vote it down, that's fine. He'll just bring the invoices.
Is there further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of item number, number 1 on the last page? No, not that one. Item 24. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. All those in favor, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you, Madam Chair? Those opposed? 2.
Motion carries. Okay. Now let's go back to Counselor Tucker. Item number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Item number 1, I was actually gonna ask to, use these funds out of the general fund, from the fund balance. So this was, what the sheriff had presented, requesting us to, provide assistance with the sworn officers' salaries as stipends for additional duty time.
And that is, where is that money coming from?
From the fund balance.
From the
general
fund balance?
Mm-hmm.
We typically don't do fund balance for reoccurring salary. Ms. Alexander, you want to speak to that, or do we need to?
You would be correct in terms of typically fund balance reserves isn't used for reoccurring expenditures, but there are some utilization of reserves this year for positions. So, I mean, obviously, it's just at the pleasure of the committee at this point.
Any further discussion on the motion? Was there a second to Ms. Counselor Tucker's motion?
What was the motion again?
The motion is item number 1.
Item number 1?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded, and to come from fund balance. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
1, 2.
Any opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4.
The motion fails. It needs to come from somewhere else.
That's what we're trying to do the
Yeah.
calculations.
Maybe we can come back to that.
Okay.
Let's go to item number 2, Counselor Tucker.
It was increased training. I think Joanne took my 40, part of my 44.
There's still $17,222.
Okay, so 17,222,000, and I can't remember exactly where it's coming from, what position it came from, but the remaining of it would come from the general fund.
Okay. This is to increase the training and travel budget for the MCP, $20,000. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Tucker?
All right. I'm sorry, I'm up here dealing
We're at
with
number
2
3.
children. The number 3 for MCP increase, the training budget to implement an animal care training plan. It was suggested that I use $250,000 that was extra in crime prevention money. And the only reason why is because we had asked for some things to come back for crime prevention to see exactly how we're using that money and making sure that we're actually doing some evidence-based projects. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, the $250,000 that was added this year in the budget for the crime prevention was designed to be upon approval of this council to be utilized for bigger ticket items. In other words, organizations that have broader reach and therefore have loftier goals that are measurable and that we can anticipate. It was not to be to supplement something that we're doing. This was really to try to kind of swing for the fences. We spread, in my opinion, and I know Councilor Crabb and I have talked about this, we give a very little amount to a lot of different agencies. And I'm not going to argue that point, but the 250 was designed to be something that would really move the needle, something that would go towards a major program that's in existence in this community, whatever the board thinks is the appropriate place. So I support this. We've talked to the warden, and we want very badly to see this come to fruition. I just think that's a really bad look to use the crime prevention money to go towards this.
Well, I would also remind you that the crime prevention money is OLOS money.
That's correct.
And this, to me, would not qualify as an OLOS expense. This is not a crime prevention expense. I don't have a problem with giving them the training. I have the problem with it coming from.
It's a great program. It's going to satisfy a number of different fronts, but it's just.
And I would say that it is crime prevention because it's providing a pathway for justice-involved individuals coming outside of, being behind incarcerated walls to have an opportunity. And not only that, it's partnering with our animal care and control, and it's really kind of twofold. We're doing justice-involved individuals and also animal control, and trying to eliminate some of the euthanizations that's going on by having these animals trained through. And I actually was going to reduce the amount to $250 for that program, and then $250K for that program.
Well, it's certainly up to council on how to utilize that money. I just want on the record, that was absolutely not the intent of adding this. We had been given $750 a year, and we had originally, I think, committed upwards of $1.5 million, almost $2 million, and we have never gotten there. So this was an effort to move us towards a more significant investment in folks who are suffering from violent crime. So I just want on the record that is not the intent of,
I had so many other things on this add delete list, and I want to make sure it get passed, especially when we start talking about increasing salaries for sworn officers. And I'm not sure if this is something that we could add and take out of the general fund.
You could. I mean, the what's on the add delete right now, what's on the add delete list right now is it's coming out of the general fund reserves. Well, coming out of the general fund overall.
Councilor Begley.
Just a question about the process. If this did not pass, would they have the opportunity to request some of this funding as part of the crime prevention request? Because Councilor Tucker mentioned it could be used for considered crime prevention. Would they be able to request that money as part of the normal process from the Crime Prevention Board?
Probably yield to Madam Budget Chair because she was one of the main architects of the OLOS distribution. But as I recall, it was not that crime prevention money was not to be used to supplant city budget. This was designed to empower and to provide resources for other organizations, many grassroots organizations that would work within the communities. And I just felt like trying to go for a sort of a grand slam on this thing and see if we could really move the needle for some of our young folks who are getting caught up in this violent crime.
And the mayor's right. The original intent and I think conversation was that this is not to be used to increase any city department budget. The OLOS is not. It can't be used for a Parks and Rec program, for example. It can't be used for, whatever. It's to be used for these programs that come to make a presentation to that board, put out their plan, and so forth. And I like this idea, but I'm not sure that it qualifies for crime prevention OLOS money.
And Councilor Tucker, if it does not pass, I'll pledge to you that we'll work together to try to find a way by mid-year to make this happen. I really believe in this program. I think it's a great opportunity for the folks that are incarcerated. And as you pointed out, I think it also clears out kennel space within the animal control division. So I'd be happy to work with you to see if we can find some funding for it if it doesn't pass here. And while I've got the mic, it's along the same lines. I know we're talking about increasing the pay for public safety. I don't want anybody thinking I'm against the dog training. I certainly don't want anybody to think I'm against paying public safety. But I will make note that the police department was held to a different standard. When the police department came forward and they ended up being able to work out a way for them to get the $5,000 per person and for the 911 operators, they actually gave up some positions and they freed up that funding so that it was a net neutral. I support 100% all of our public safety getting a bump. I firmly believe they ought to have to go through the same process. This council's done a good job of trying to offset, for the most part, trying to offset the cost with other cuts. Councilor Crabb led the way right out of the gate. But I think it's imperative that we protect that fund balance reserve because these salaries don't impact the fund balance reserve just this year. That's what shows up on the paper, so it looks easy to take it out, just show a couple of days missing. Those days are missing next year too. They will get smaller. We should grow organically. Our revenues continue to grow and have a positive outlook for the future, but we'll be impacted by paying salaries out of fund balance for the next several years. And so I would urge y'all, if you consider these increases to public safety, whom I love, make sure that we're doing so with an eye to the future and that they have to abide by the same requirements that the police department did in getting their additional funding. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I speak? Can I?
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you want to turn off your mic?
Mr. Mayor, I do, I understand where you're coming from, adding the 250 to the crime prevention budget, but it was such a shock last year and a little bit of a disappointment that I'd almost prefer to see what they do this year with the 750 to see if they've learned their lesson. I don't know if that's the politically correct way of saying it, but, you know, those funds are supposed to be given to organizations that give us the biggest bang for our buck, a return on investment. It's not a participation prize, and I know you and I were talking about that, and you were going to relay that to that committee, and I'd really kind of like to see if they took to heart what you told them before we increase their budget. I don't know, you just don't reward a child after they've misbehaved. You know,
No, I think we view some of this the same. But we have to remember that the reason that board was put together was to keep me and all of y'all out of it. It was to keep us out of the process, keep it apolitical. It was designed, we had some
I'm not talking
we
about
had some
political.
chairs there that Robert Wright was the chair. I know Mike Gaiman was a chair, and we had some folks that were really focusing on trying to hit grassroots organizations, which I think is what Mayor Weatherington had kind of had promised to these folks, a lot of the pastors too. So it's a very fine line, because there's things that they do that, in my opinion, I don't know that I'd have done that. But the board works hard. They examine each one of these opportunities, and it's really difficult, unless we scrap the whole thing, go back to ground zero, for us to try to impose my personal opinion on what they're doing. I try not to even address them. I've only talked to them twice. But I think they do a great job. There are a lot of folks that apply for those. That's why what I was hoping to get council to approve was that 250 was restricted by amount, so they had to give it out in increments of $25,000 or $50,000. It's something that was going to make a difference. So I agree with you. I just think that it's really hard for us to get in there and micromanage that situation that is run by a bunch of citizens.
Well, I don't want to be misquoted or misunderstood that I was making a point about a political. It was, I've read the ordinance, and the ordinance clearly states that we want, you know, a return on our investment. And the first thing out of the chairperson's mouth was not to delay this, because there are organizations that will not be able to keep the lights on. That was out of his mouth, not out of any of our mouths. So he clearly did not get the memo.
Well, and we ought to have a conversation about this, I think, at a council meeting, because
True.
Because I do think that sometimes keeping the lights on in a few of these places is helping kids. I mean, I can name a couple of small businesses that probably have 2 people working there that are working with about half a dozen to a dozen kids. Now, is that a wild, raging success? I don't know. But I know it means a lot to those 6 to 12 kids. So I do think it bears revisiting, though. I think you're right. We can get back, get an opportunity for us to look at it in a work session or something, like Council Davis said.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for.
We have a motion, but no second, is that right? Is there a second to the motion?
Tell them the motion again.
The motion is to increase the training budget to implement animal care and training program for the Muskogee County Prison, and that money be taken from the OLOST.
Oh, general
From,
fund. General fund.
from the crime prevention fund in the OLOS.
I think she changed.
I amended to, general fund based on asking the question to,
I'll second that, out of the general fund.
I have a question on that, Madam Budget Chair.
Okay.
I think it was on. It's my understanding that's a one-time cost. Is that right? Okay.
So 250 from the general fund?
Well, to increase the training budget to implement animal care and training program is not a one-time cost. That would be an ongoing program, I would think, if you're gonna do that.
that's the initial cost, the initial.
That's the initial cost. And there would be an ongoing cost to continue that training year after year after year as new people come in.
Yes, you are absolutely correct, with some of the employees that they already have. So it's the same thing. Right now, they're doing a program with Columbus Tech where they're training, for welding and so many other things, and they have grants for that. So this will be the initial cost to actually acquire the training, facility and training, items for the dog training.
What I could do, what the council could do,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
if you like for it to specifically be a one-time project, we can set up whatever amount you all choose to approve as a project. And it won't be added specifically to the budget of MCP and the general fund. It'll still come out of the general fund coffers, but we'll set up a project in the project fund, and that way it'll not be in the budget for MCP on an annual recurring basis, just as an alternative.
I make a motion to amend your motion to that.
No, not if we set up a special project.
Okay, wait a minute, folks. The motion before the group right now is to increase the training budget to implement animal care and training program. And the original motion was to take that money out of the general fund. That's what it has come down to. And now, the Madam Director has said we could make this a one-time project. And then if they want to continue it, they can come back next year and ask for it again.
Yes.
Okay?
It still would come out of the general fund this year to initially fund it, but it would go to the special project fund.
Councilor Begley.
I was going to second Councilor's Crowd motion to amend it to make it a one-time expense.
Okay, the motion then has been made and seconded to make this a one-time expense, to make it a project program rather than an ongoing program. Those in favor of the amended motion say aye. Oh, wait a minute, we've got Councilor Evan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was, instead of going with 300,000, I was going to ask if we could, since we're realigning it as a project, we could look at it as a phase-in, maybe start with 100,000 and see how it works.
That's not gonna be enough,
How do we know that, though?
because I've already spoken to, the ward and me and Counselor.
Well, I talked to him too, but about the same
It was
program.
at least 250 at the minimum.
But that's going full gun, 100%. I mean, if you start on a smaller scale, you could do it at a lower cost to see if it's going to work, to see how many inmates are interested in doing this.
Yeah, it's not gonna work that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Crabb made the motion and Councilor Begley seconded. Okay? Those in favor of the amended motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Those in favor say, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And those opposed?
1 on this, Madam Chair. Okay, 2.
Okay, Counselor Tucker, we have $2,000 base pay increase for MCP sworn officers.
Madam Chair.
Remember too that this is a reoccurring expense, and so it can't come out of, it should not come out of the fund balance.
With the information that was provided, I will ask, and I know you're saying make it budget neutral and see how we can, actually realign. I know it's no wiggle room in some of these departments. I think that the fire department just requested like 20, was it 20 positions?
21.
Huh?
21.
21. They're requesting 21 positions. I know that eventually maybe the chief will even request more positions at a later date than we said. We'll make it happen. So I'm just asking, out of keeping things fair across the board, that we do consider this and work on this. I mean, even if it's not during this budget cycle, but really work on paying our law enforcement, public safety across the board, fair wages, like really looking at a pay increase for our fire department, MCP, and also the sheriff. I know it's a lot of, I guess you'll call it the great migration, where you have people moving from correctional officer positions at MCP and going over to CPD. Now you have the same thing what we had before with CPD going over to sheriff, and now sheriff individuals are going to CPD. So we look at increasing the pay for those individuals. You just kind of stop some of the great migration that's going on. That was one of the things that I've heard from all of them is, and you see it, and it's not just here, it's nationwide, where individuals are leaving and moving to different locations because of pay. So they're going to the more, I guess, the more money that they can get. So leaving our area and going to other places, but even also interagency, leaving MCP, going over to CPD, leaving MCSO, going back over to CPD. And we're gonna continue to have this cycle if we don't look at our pay structure for all public safety. So.
Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
Well, my motion was to take it out of the general fund. The mayor strongly suggested not to take it out of the general fund. I can't remember exactly how many.
You're talking about 4, 5, and 6? We handled number 3.
Yes, ma'am, 4, 5, and 6. So that would be a pay increase for Muskogee County Prison, 250 base pay increase for MCP sworn officers. The sheriff, 50,000 base pay increase for sheriff sworn officers, and also fireman EMS at 2,500 base increase for their sworn officers as well. So, and that's just looking at, what's going on nationally, where you have people kind of migrating to other cities, but not only national, even locally, where we have MCP correctional officers going over and working with CPD. We have Muskogee County Sheriffs going back over to CPD. So we continuously.
So tell me what your motion is.
Was to take it out of general fund.
Okay. Items 4, 5, and 6 to come out of the general fund. Is there a second to that? Did you second it, Councilor Davis? Okay. Councilor Crabb.
I thought we said that we shouldn't take positions out of general fund.
No, we shouldn't pay them out of the reserve fund.
Oh, okay.
The ending balance, the fund balance. The fund balance changes from year to year, and I remember when we had 39 days in the general fund, in the fund balance, but this is out of the general fund,
Okay, so
which is the
so-
regular old budget.
How much did we take out of the general fund last year for all those additions that we did?
Well, obviously, the utilization of fund balance reserves fluctuates year to year, like Madam Budget Chair said, and it is dependent upon the revenues that we receive and the expenditures that we make. So the short answer to your question, I believe it was about 14 million that we had projected in totality out of general fund reserves.
And where are we right now?
Councilor
Well, I
Crabb,
do have a point of clarification for item number 4. No, wait, was it 300,000 or 250? I said 4, I meant 3. Item number 3, was that 250 or
It was
300
3.
when we amended?
It was
the
3.
motion? It was 3? Okay.
Okay, Councilor Begley, are you to this motion?
Yeah, I definitely supported the CPT increase in the past because CPD had a shortage of 100 officers, and we heard feedback about the risk they put themselves in. And so I think that was why we bumped that up, and they were creative and came up with a proposal that was budget neutral by reducing the number of positions. So that's why I supported that. This isn't budget neutral, and so that's, even though I agree with the reasons we want to do it, we've got to figure out a way to be budget neutral.
Okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, is the motion on the table items 4, 5, and 6? Okay. Any further discussion on items 4, 5, and 6? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those in favor, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Those opposed?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, motion carries. Counselor Tucker, I think the next one that's yours is on the last page, Public Works.
Is that the one that's budget neutral?
Yes.
I moved to,
Second.
thanks.
And,
This is to reclassify the urban forestry and beautification supervisor, G124, to Public Works crew supervisor, G124. A change in title, if you will. Is that basically it?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Budget Chair. I have 2 more items I'd like to, one I'd like to add to the delete list, and then the other I'd like to add, there's an add and delete that's attached to it upon counsel of the city attorney. So may I proceed forward?
Sure, go ahead.
And and I'll give my logic behind this. In the finance department, we have new positions that are in the finance department. I'm going to ask for those to be, I'm going to put them on the delete list, but they're really on hold until we get a compliance update. And I want to make sure that we're heading down the right path here. And one of the, and looking back at the internal audit, the external audit, the investigative audit, all those audits they did, there were positions that were recommended, but I don't remember this many positions being recommended. The way that we can really get an understanding on this, and I don't mind beefing this department up if we need to, but I would like to get a compliance update to go in, take a look at this, cross-check it, look at the past, what all the rebuttals, the recommendations, the findings, everything, and then pull it together to see that we're where we need to do. The only way we can do that is get a compliance update. And a lot of us have talked about that, and I think we're getting to a point, April 1st has passed. We're getting to a point where it should be, we can put a good set of eyes on everything as part of the audit process and the way I view it. And any new recommendations or findings or any changes that need to take place, from whether it's recommendations or findings or rebuttals, whatever it may be, can be taken care of that time. The sooner we do it, the better we can do it. But like I said, the only thing I can do here is put it on the delete list until we have that compliance update and just make sure everything matches up. So that would be with the new positions in finance. I'm going to put it on the delete list.
Counselor Crabb?
And the 4 career ladder ones also. All of the positions for finance, the new ones and the 1, 2, 3, 4 career ladder changes until we have the compliance audit.
I'm okay with that, and keep in mind, there are still, I think there's a lot of funded, unfilled positions that are still out there. I just don't know what they are, and certainly a compliance update would state that and reflect that in the assessment of the department. I think we owe it to the citizens of where we're at now.
Right, so do you want to add that, or do you want me to amend it?
Let's just do it at once if you're going to amend it. So, yes, I'll add it to it.
Okay, I second it.
So the motion on the table is?
New finance positions and 4 career ladder positions put on hold for compliance audit.
Okay. That is the.
Which 6 positions, as a matter of clarification? Because
I'm sorry, I can't.
As a matter of clarification, which 6 positions? There's more than 6 that's recommended in the budget.
It would be all the new positions. What I don't.
So all of the new positions?
Right.
Okay.
That's right. You've got.
Okay, we have a
several.
motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Budget Chair, the second one, I'd like to, upon consulting with the city attorney, we have talked for a long time about doing what we've termed a transient or landfill closure fee, where we are looking at all of our citizens being able to contribute into the integrated waste fee, not just the 58,000 that traditionally we have always raised fees on. I know there's a fee increase of $3. I'm asking to delete that fee to $2 from $3 to $2. And then along with that, add a transient closure fee. The city attorney has advised me how to do it. He said to add it on the list. And that would be handled, I think the finance department and everybody, Public Works is on page. They told us they were in support of it. It would be for anybody that receives a water bill. It would be handled that way, just as the integrated waste fee is handled. And so reducing it to $2 on the integrated waste fee for the 58,000 and then a $2 transient landfill closure sets a level playing field for everybody on an increase this year, and in the future you can move accordingly as you need to. You need me to go over that again?
So to clarify, we're saying transient. Is that being applied to everyone in the city who rents?
If the transient would mean, say, military that are here for 2 years, they come in and they leave, but they utilize our services.
So, but.
And you don't even have to call it that. I'm just calling it that.
Right, I'm just trying to figure out how that would be defined, like who is actually paying for it?
Whoever has a water bill, they would be using our services.
So everyone in the city who gets a water bill?
Anybody gets a water bill.
And
But we're saying transient, but then we're saying everyone. Is it just people here temporarily, or is it everyone in the city?
Well, not everyone in the city gets a water bill.
That's right.
Who doesn't get a water bill?
Everybody,
There are some
everybody.
apartment buildings that you don't get a water bill.
Right, so I just want to be very clear, like I'm trying, is it people who rent, who don't rent? I'm just.
Right, most of the people that rent get a water bill.
Okay, so this is specifically focused on people who rent.
Yes, that wouldn't be paying an integrated waste fee.
So people who rent, via the rent, are paying for pickup via the apartment complex, and usually people who rent are more low income, and now we're adding an additional fee for them, even for a service they're already paying currently through their apartment complex.
Exactly. It's the same way we do with Georgia Power on the franchise fee. They just add it to their bill for each person that gets electric bill.
But usually renters are going to be more low income, and so that's who this is targeting.
I'm sorry?
Usually people who rent are more likely to be low income. Because the number one way in America we build wealth is through home equity. That is the number one way Americans build wealth is through home equity. So we're focused on renters, even though they're already paying for landfill service via their apartment complex fees.
It's It's $2 a month. And the way we deal with that with low income on the integrated waste fee, we have a reduction in that, and I'm sure it would work the same way.
Mr. City Manager? Hit you. Well. Well. I don't know. There's the more. That says mute.
So, Madam Budget Chair, so just for clarification, because, so you have proposed, the mayor's budget had $21 as the integrated waste. $3. So you're saying instead of 21, it would be $20.
Correct, $2.
And then, of course, what is referred to as a transient fee, $2.
You should say landfill closure.
So if you pay the $20, are you also paying the $2?
No. That would be for all the new bills.
Okay, so my,
Well, actually, if it's done, everybody pays $2.
that's my point, that's what I'm trying to be clear.
You're right.
So for me, and it would be, at my house, it would be now $22.
No, you're wrong. It would be $20.
Well, I get a water bill, so,
Yeah, it only increases 2 along with the others. So it's 2 across the board, everybody.
okay, so my bill would go to $20, and anyone,
Yeah, current integrated waste fee was $58,000, right?
approximately,
It would be the new water bills from the closure fees or a transient fee would be $2. So it's $2 across the board for everybody. So if a person stays, like Councilor Begley said, an apartment, which we got a ton of apartments, they would pay $2 a month.
yeah. Now, and I do agree with Bagley that, and I agree with you in that low-income persons get a discount based on federal poverty guidelines. But if they don't get the $20 water bill because it goes to the apartment complex owner, he's gonna pass a $2 bill on to them or she.
Whoever gets the water bill.
Yeah, so the complex owner would, in order to recoup their money, would just increase their rent by $2.
He could, he doesn't have to, or he or she doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, well, we know how that works, but I was just trying to be clear that everybody's bill would go up $2. And if you have not gotten a bill and you are a apartment, you own apartments or a duplex or whatever, then the owner could absorb, if it's 100 units, could absorb the $2 per 100 units, or like most could pass it on to that low-income person, because there's no federal poverty gap. They wouldn't, I don't think they would come and apply for that for $2.
Mr. City Attorney, would it apply equally across the board for everybody?
Well,
But the low-income credit would apply as well, right?
well, it would apply, but if that person is not getting a water bill, they can't apply for it. They can't apply. If I live on Matilda Lane in those apartments and I don't get a water bill, I can't come and apply for the.
Like I said, it's the same way we do with the electric bill with the franchise fee.
No,
That's right, but they charge the customers.
well,
It's on their bill, it's on your bill if you look at it, franchise fee.
I'm clear
Okay.
about electric bills. I'm talking
Same principle,
about a water bill that goes to an apartment complex.
just like the electric bill.
And they, at any rate, there's much confusion. I'm confused.
Well, that's okay, I mean.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want to?
No, I'm just, the fee would apply across the board. Whether they're entitled to the low-income exemption, it would be up to that apartment owner either to apply on behalf of all of his tenants or not. They may not.
So,
They could pass it on to the tenants.
so, and the deputy city manager makes a good point to me. So if I own an apartment complex and I get one water bill for the whole 400 units, so is that bill going to be $2 more?
Normally, it doesn't work like that.
What do you mean?
It doesn't
They
work
get
like that. If you
one
have
water
many
bill.
units, the
Pardon?
individual unit owners pay for their utilities. I know how that works.
Say that again?
If you have a large amount of units in an apartment complex,
Yeah.
you pay for your utilities.
No, I've lived in an apartment complex. I never
Well, so have
paid,
I mean,
I never paid a water bill when I lived in an apartment. So maybe they do it differently now. One bill for the complex, one bill. And so if you add $2 per bill,
who are you talking about specifically? Give me an example of apartment complex.
So I know Director Pruitt is here, and he goes out to different business or different apartment complexes when we have an issue with their bill being turned off. So in that case, there was one water bill that was impacting every apartment in that building. So we wouldn't know.
That's the main water line, right?
Yes, so there's one water bill for that
Right.
entire complex, and it's not by unit, so they would get a $2 increase, and if they had 100 units, technically it should be $200. But because there's only one water bill coming from the Columbus Water Works, it would just have a $2. So I think that's one of the challenges is for the number of apartment units that we would have to work through.
Right, and that would be 100 units would be $200, so they would have to figure out if they wanted to pass that amount on to.
Well, I think what she's saying is that if it goes to the water bill, it doesn't matter how many apartments you have, the water bill is only one bill. And so, we don't know, for example, at, Amherst Apartments, that there are 47 apartments. We don't know that, and we'd have to figure that out in order to charge all 47 $200, and, $2. Is that? am I
Yes,
saying
ma'am,
that right?
that's our, I guess, our challenge, that I don't know that the waterworks would know how many units is at an apartment complex in order to bill an apartment complex for each unit.
So it would have to be based on a percentage, like with the franchise fee for Georgia Power. But I guess as a point of clarification that I just want to make sure I'm clear on, Council Davis, is what's been recommended in the budget is a $21 a month fee. And you're saying reduce that down to $20?
20, and then you're adding the closure fee of $2.
So the total fee is $22?
No, you're talking about, all the new bills that are going out that you're adding $2 would be an increase.
Okay, so if that is the case, if we are reducing what has been proposed in the budget from a $21 total to a $20 total, we would have to also reduce the expenses in the integrated waste fund, because the revenues would be going down.
Revenues would be going up.
Like you've done with taking the positions out for finance, and you're gonna study the park rangers, could we just leave the $21 and study this and?
Sure, and
then come back, and then we could have a plan that in the ordinance requires the owner, well, they got to report how many units they have, or we figure it out, and then they would know in advance and not be a surprise that it's going to be $2 per unit. And so, I like the idea. I just think we need to work on it.
Well, let's think about this. How many times have I approached the administration, the council, city attorney, and everybody, and you keep telling me, just put an ordinance together and just do it and you'll get it done. And now you're telling me that we need more work, we need to do it. All I'm trying to do here is accomplish something for the sake of supporting our services that we need. It's the argument, it's the debate we keep, not the argument, but the debate we keep having. You cannot keep putting that impact on the 58,000 people, or you're going to have to find another way to do business. That's why we're looking at doing privatization.
There's no argument from me, Councilor Davis, on that.
I know, but you hear what I'm saying. It's conflicting to hear move forward, back up, move forward, back up.
No.
So can we do this together and work on it together and figure it out?
I'd love to, and I said to you earlier during the break,
And that's going to help in the future of our city and the needs of our citizens, and you're not going to have to keep putting that burden on them.
Well, I said earlier, I like, at any rate, that's what I would recommend to you. Leave the $21, and we need to go through a process and bring forward something that's well thought out, that we can enforce.
Okay, you're making that commitment to me? Right?
Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
Okay. I tell you, I take the motion off.
Okay.
And we're going to work together on that as a commitment. I got the city manager. We're on the same page there. Madam Budget Chair, I just have, whenever.
Your mic's off.
Yeah. I just have 3 requests whenever you would like.
Well, we are at the end of the agenda,
Okay.
so.
All right, I before we, at some point, before we approve, I know we're going to have the taxpayer bill of rights, but we've asked for the Development Authority to come and give us a presentation. They need to do that. Their funding equates to what they do over there every year and how we fund them, so they need to come have that conversation with us and give us an update. What's that? I think they're scheduled. Okay, good, okay. Just reminding you then, and then I think Counselor Kogel, you've expressed the pickleball meeting here soon. And then I also requested real soon to have a meeting of, just to give a complete update and presentation on the cameras and the speed zones in the school districts. Just come back and have that presentation with the citizens. I forgot who the entity is that we use. Does anybody know that name that we're using? I know there's two sets of cameras, one at Brookstone, one at St. Luke's right now. And there may be future ones, is that
Those two are both the sheriff's department.
Sheriff's Department? Are there future ones? Are there gonna
No,
be future?
those two are both the sheriff.
The private schools. are for sheriff.
Brookstone,
Right.
Brookstone and St. Luke are both the sheriff.
And then are we gonna have future ones with the public schools? Okay.
Probably.
Can they just come and give us one big presentation for the sake of the citizenry and just give an update, because there's a lot of confusion out there and just a lot of things that need to be addressed. So I think that would be good for them to come and talk to us and tell us all about their systems. There's a lot of posts on social media about problems that are occurring in other cities, so just a presentation update would help on that. Thank you.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
we are at the end of our agenda. Counselor Kogel.
Crab?
I'm sorry, Crab.
I wish I had those legs. I just wanted to confirm, we mentioned earlier about you coming back to us, expanding the maintenance, the jail maintenance. And so I wanted to put just on hold the 2 electricians, 2 heating and air, 2 plumbers, carpenter, and maintenance for animal control, just until we can have that discussion about a possibility of property facilities management and maintenance contract. Yes, the new positions that are on the budget. Pardon?
Are you saying delete or just hold?
I just want, well, we might delete them if those funds might go to the contract, but we don't know yet because we haven't had that discussion.
Well, and certainly, we can put them on hold. When you say that, I don't, I'd rather hire and have electricians,
I know
because
you-
sometimes contracts don't work, and then you're left kind of up the creek, and I don't want to be up the creek,
We're already up the creek.
Well, we are, and we're going to be
So,
further
I
up the
mean,
creek if we don't,
I've said it before and I'll say it again. We don't manage our facilities the way they need to be managed. And maybe it's just not in our wheelhouse, and it's better if we get a professional that knows how to do it.
I don't disagree with that. I disagree that, well, we could debate about managing. We have a challenge with pay and hiring people and retaining people because of low pay. That has been our challenge. But if we can hire an electrician, if I could hire 5 tomorrow, even though we don't have the positions, I would put them on payroll.
We don't have any empty electrician positions in the city?
Of course we do.
Well, then if you hire one tomorrow, put them in one of those.
Yeah, but if I was about to say, if I had,
But what she's saying is we don't need to
I tell you
increase
what,
that
you
number
all
yet.
know better than I do, so I'll do whatever you say,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Yeah, last note, I had a talk with city manager earlier, and he agreed to do this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was entertaining the idea of relooking at lowering the contribution into the pension plan from the employees and let them keep that money. We talked about, well, it's been talked about that being in a high inflationary period, if there ever was a time to put that money back in the pockets of the employees, now would be the time. But certainly it would probably pay to listen to the actuarial and see what he has. I've been tracking the minutes of the meetings of the pension board and listening to what they have to say, and it looks like, those of you that remember, after the Great Recession, the pension plan was struggling. We had a deficit, not only that, but in insurance, health insurance as well, and we made some changes. The employees bought in, but today we're in a completely different period. The plan is healthy, it's solvent, it's stable. If you look at the minutes, I mean, certainly they reflect that. So it questions, do we start taking a look at the contributions and where they're at, and if we can start reducing those? And with a pension plan, it's a little bit different. You have a little longer time to take a look at it to see the impact versus something that has just an instant or a 2 or 3 or 4 month type deal. So the city manager said, I think you mentioned to me, there's a meeting coming up this week that you're going to look at or talk about that, and then at the same time talk with the actuarial about the notion of reducing the contribution from 8 to 7 and 4 to 3%.
Councilor Davis, I would recommend the pension plan is so very involved. Let's ask the city manager to come back to us, not in a week. You can't do it in a week, I don't think, with all the other stuff we've told him we want him to do this week. Come back to us with an overview of our pension plan, how well it's funded and all of that kind of stuff, to see if we need to make some of those kinds of adjustments.
I think what he stated to me was this coming week you're having a meeting.
Well, he may be having a week, he may be having a meeting, but I'm not sure he can come back to us in a week.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And that's just a subcommittee meeting, that's not all the board.
Yeah, so, we have our actuarial person is not in Columbus. And so, I think the finance director heard what you were looking for, and we can certainly submit something to him in writing to do an analysis on what the council member has brought forward, and then ask him to come and make a presentation to council.
That'll work.
It'll be based on his schedule, and I don't know when that'll be, but I'll ask him if he can do that. And we'll let him come and present and answer your questions, and then we'll have, ask members of the pension board to, be present at that meeting. And we've got a very impressive pension board of people who are in, the top companies here locally are represented. They are members of the pension board, and that's what they do for these large companies right here locally every day. So they know this stuff, and they know it well, and they know what to expect.
Okay?
That'll work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Tucker?
I'm not sure, and I know I had to step out. It was one thing that I wanted to say. I don't know if we had an allocation for it, but when the fire chief had talked about that triage unit, was that in the budget? That mobile triage? Or was he asking for grants, or
I'm
what
not
wasn't?
sure, but there isn't anything specifically included in the budget for triage.
But I'm talking, you remember when he was talking about the vehicle?
I believe, well, you know what? There is a reclassification that's in the budget for a community risk educator of some sort. I'm not sure if that is relative to what he was speaking to. We can find out.
Okay, but I can come back later and talk about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would anticipate, because the budget, just for clarification purposes, will be on first reading on June 4th.
Okay.
And so, obviously, that's a public hearing, and the council and the public can come and speak to the budget. The council can make further adjustments at that time. I would,
Okay.
Thank you.
check
Thank
with the
you.
fire department, though, and see.
We are, I think, at the end of our agenda. We will be having the Taxpayer Bill of Rights meetings. Madam Alexander, do you have that in front of you. Can you just tell us the dates and times of those?
Yes, so the first taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing will be June 4th. That will be in the council chambers at the Citizen Service Center. That first taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing is at 9 a.m. The second taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing will also be June 4th. That will be a part of the regularly scheduled council meeting that will begin approximately at 6 p.m. We're required to begin between 6 and 7 p.m. Also, on June 4th, during that regularly scheduled night council meeting, is the hearing on the budget. And then the third taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing will be on June 11th. That's at 9 a.m. That'll be a part of the regularly scheduled council meeting. Also, on June the 11th will be the second reading of the budget ordinance, as well as first reading of the millage ordinance. And then the last meeting in June will be on June 18th at 9 a.m. To adopt the millage ordinance.
Okay. Is there other business to come before the committee? If not, I want to thank the committee for your continued participation and interest and looking at what we are trying to accomplish with this budget. And the last thing I would tell you is go vote. You have until 7 o'clock tonight to vote, so go vote. We understand that the turnout has been fairly slim so far. And if you have not voted and you live in Muskogee County, you go vote. You got that? You got that? Yeah. Okay. Without objection, I adjourn the meeting.